Chapter 713. In the next moment, he ignored his injuries and attacked in a frenzy. A terrifying aura condensed and formed a fist that smashed towards Lin Xian. Above the fist, there was a wolf head formed by spiritual energy. It roared ferociously and carried the aura of a martial soul. This attack was enough to easily kill a first-rank honorable martial artist. However, Lin Xian did not dodge. He slowly held the dragon-shaped sword in front of him. The energy in his body roared and surged into the dragon-shaped sword. Lin Xian's heart thumped wildly. He felt as though he was being sucked dry. Feeling the loss of energy in his body, Lin Xian did not hesitate, and quickly swung the dragon-shaped sword. Buzz! The sword chi was dazzling. It was as though a real dragon was swimming in the void. The terrifying energy cut the entire sky in half. Boom! The real dragon-shaped sword collided with the wolf head fist. The terrifying energy instantly filled the entire space. Light flashed and a storm swept across, drowning everything. The light flickered and the space swayed. A gust of wind came from nowhere and blew away the dust and fog. Lin Xian knelt on one knee with his sword in hand. He was panting and his face was unusually pale. In front of him, the ground was split open. The terrifying crack extended as far as the eye could see. The aura of the black shirt honorable martial artist had disappeared. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. The attack just now was a sword shadow formed by the great dragon sword soul. It was extremely terrifying. However, the energy consumption was even more shocking. Lin Xian was almost sucked dry. He originally thought that the meteor shower was the most energy-consuming move. He did not expect it to be so lacking compared to the dragon-shaped sword shadow. He sat down cross-legged and wanted to recover. At this moment, a white light flashed and Lin Xian left the 5th level. At the same time, in another illusory space, Murong Qingqing was sweating profusely. Behind her, a human figure gradually disappeared. In front of her was the black shirt honorable martial artist who had collapsed. With a flash of white light, she also left the 5th level. In the outside world, the crowd was in an uproar. They saw the 2 light spots on the 5th level disappear at almost the same time and appear on the 6th level. They passed. They passed. Countless people went crazy. Even the official disciples were stunned and could not believe it. Yan Qingyang's face was gloomy, and he was furious. The woman he liked had entered the 6th level with his love rival. This made him feel an indescribable anger. At the same time, he also felt a trace of fear towards Lin Xian. One had to know that the 5th level was the 2nd level of the Venerable Realm, yet the other party had actually been able to break through. This was truly beyond his expectations. However, he was not afraid because he had also passed the 5th level back then. Moreover, the years of training at Senmu College had made him even stronger. Therefore, he was confident in dealing with Lin Xian. Xin Yaotian was stunned. Impossible, this is impossible. He roared in his heart, unable to accept this fact. This was a huge blow to him. He had entered the 5th level, and hadn't persevered for long before coming out, yet the other party had actually passed. The gap between them was self-evident. For a moment, all kinds of disappointment and frustration welled up in his heart. Xin Yaotian felt his vision darken, and he almost fainted from anger. Tower of Trials, 6th floor. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched as he smiled helplessly. In front of him, 2 second-level venerables stood proudly with cold expressions. Furthermore, his spiritual power was depleted and he was injured. It would be good if he could fight with half of his strength. Moreover, the 2 second-level venerables teaming up was 10 times more difficult than the 5th level. Even if Lin Xian was at his peak, it would be impossible for him to pass, let alone now that he was severely injured and exhausted. However, as a swordsman, it was not his style to give up without a fight. Therefore, in this battle, even if he had to bleed to the last drop of blood, he would give it his all. With a long sword in hand, Lin Xian walked up step by step. On the other side, Murong Qingqing was also under great threat. Behind her, an illusory figure flickered and emitted a terrifying aura, as if it had traveled through time and space from the ancient times. However, the two venerables teaming up was too powerful. Even if Murong Qingqing was extremely powerful, she was no match for them. However, in the next moment, a strange inscription flashed between her eyebrows. It emitted a dazzling light, and a terrifying power was emitted. That power made the two venerables feel uneasy. However, Murong Qingqing thought for a moment, and finally hid the mysterious inscription. She did not attack again. Outside, everyone waited anxiously, their eyes fixed on the 6th level of the trial tower. In the next moment, the two light spots disappeared. Then, a white light flashed, and two figures appeared in the square. "They're out! They're finally out!" Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that the two of them had failed the 6th challenge. However, this was already very terrifying. One had to know that the 6th level was guarded by two 2nd-level venerables. It would be abnormal if the two of them really succeeded. Murong Qingqing's white clothes were whiter than snow. Although her aura was a little chaotic and weak, it could not hide her beautiful posture. As for Lin Xian, he immediately sat cross-legged in the square as soon as he appeared. His hands formed a seal, as if he had entered a cultivation state. The two figures attracted everyone's attention, especially Murong Qingqing. Most of the male cultivators were looking at her. Murong Qingqing had long been accustomed to the burning gazes of the surrounding cultivators. Ever since she was born, she had been surrounded by countless gazes like this. Until now, she had completely ignored them. Perhaps only someone like Lin Xian, who had a normal demeanor and was somewhat resistant, could arouse her interest. Murong Qingqing tilted her head slightly and looked at Lin Xian. Then, a trace of surprise appeared on her beautiful face. Is he about to break through? Sure enough, a powerful aura rose from Lin Xian's body. A huge spirit energy vortex appeared above his head. Countless amounts of spirit energy flowed into Lin Xian's body like an upside-down galaxy. In the next moment, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His gaze was like two sword rays, vast and mighty, piercing through the void. His body was filled with a powerful force. However, everyone's eyes were filled with doubt, which then turned into shock. How is this possible? The limit of the spirit detecting realm. Heavens, how is this possible? Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to only be at the limit of the spirit detecting realm. Furthermore, this cultivation had just broken through. Many people's minds went blank. They could not believe the facts in front of them. Not only them, but everyone was also stunned. Previously, Lin Xian had used a special method to hide his cultivation. Coupled with the fluctuations of his martial soul, everyone thought that he was a young martial artist who had reached the venerable realm. Now, they realized that Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. Such a cultivation was too ordinary, but he had passed the 5th level of the trial. He had even lasted long enough on the 6th level to be teleported out together with Murong Qingqing. How is this possible? Everyone felt like their heads were about to explode. Martial soul! He must have a martial soul! He's a fake venerable one! Everyone discussed in shock. Martial artists who had condensed a martial soul but had not reached the venerable realm were called fake venerable ones. They had seen such venerable ones before, but no one was as powerful as Lin Xian. The academy elders were also shocked. This little guy is too unexpected. It's really rare for a fake venerable one to reach this level. Chapter 7:14. Congratulations, you've broken through again. Murong Qingqing smiled at Lin Xian. This smile stunned everyone. It was as if the entire world had become incomparably beautiful. It's all right, I was just lucky. Lin Xian shrugged. Everyone was startled awake. They were jealous and envious. They wished they could transform into Lin Xian and chat with Murong Qingqing. The eyes of Yan Qingyang, Xin Yaotian, and the rest were spitting fire. Murderous intent surged from their bodies as they wished they could tear Lin Xian apart. Especially Yan Qingyang. His eyes were cold as he roared in his heart. How dare a fake honorable warrior steal my woman? Kid, I'll teach you how to behave after entering the school. With so many people and elders present, he could not do anything to Lin Xian. However, as long as Lin Xian entered the school, he would have plenty of chances. Lin Xian and Murong Qiqing walked to the edge of the crowd, waiting for the end of the third round. 2 hours later, all the light spots in the Tower of Trials disappeared. Everyone was transported out. At this point, the 3 rounds of assessment had ended. The entrance exam also came to an end. The martial artists who passed the 3 rounds were in high spirits. They danced with joy because they could finally enter Senmu College. As for the strong disciples who were ranked at the top, they began to calculate their rankings. What reward will you exchange for this time? Murong Qiqing looked at Lin Xian. Reward? What reward? What's there? Lin Xian was puzzled. You don't know? Murong Qiqing said. The top 10 will all receive admission rewards. The top 3 will receive even more generous rewards. They will probably be rewarded with martial arts. Martial arts? What level? Lin Xian sighed in his heart. Yu Fei had the ability to gather information, but compared to Murong Qiqing, he was much weaker. It seemed that he still had a long way to go before he could establish his own power. Half-Earth rank martial arts. It was passed down from ancient times. Its power is not inferior to the current Earth rank martial arts. Half-Earth tier martial art. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He didn't expect to receive such a big gift right after entering the academy. Now, I'll announce the rankings of this assessment. Hearing the red-robed old man's words, the surrounding martial artists couldn't help but become excited. Those martial artists who had passed the test also pricked up their ears. In fact, they had already estimated the rankings in private. After all, the rankings of the 3 stages were there. No matter how they ranked, the top 3 would still be the same people. The ranking this time is a little special. There are 2 people in first place. 2 people! Hearing this, everyone trembled and listened carefully. Lin Xian and Murong Qiqing were first in the first 2 stages, and they both persisted until the end of the 3rd stage. Therefore, their rankings are the same. They are both first. Whoosh! Everyone was in an uproar. Even though they had made some calculations in private before, they were still incomparably shocked when the Academy Elder announced it. This was a little different from their predictions. They thought that Lin Xian would be able to get 2nd or 3rd place, but they didn't expect him to be first. They knew that Murong Qiqing was powerful and outstanding, but this was the first time Lin Xian appeared in front of them. He was also a fake honorable martial artist. To be able to get first place this time was beyond everyone's expectations. Humph! Xin Yaotian snorted coldly. His handsome face couldn't be any darker. The 3rd place is Shaoli. The red-robed old man said loudly again. Because it was a double first place, there was no 2nd place. The 3rd place was obtained by Shaoli, which was well-deserved. After the announcement of the top 3, many people sighed. Because the rewards for the top 3 were very generous. Not only were there elixirs, but there were also some half-Earth rank martial arts. That was the most tempting thing. Xin Yaotian couldn't get into the top 3. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. Firstly, it was because of the half-Earth rank martial arts. Furthermore, he felt that he had lost face. One had to know that he came from the House of Kings and had always been pursuing Murong Qiqing. He thought that he was the only one who was worthy of her. But now, Lin Xian had surpassed him. Moreover, Murong Qiqing's attitude towards Lin Xian was somewhat ambiguous. This undoubtedly deeply provoked him. Boy, wait until the freshman competition. I'll let you know how powerful I am. Xin Yaotian gritted his teeth. Next, the red-robed old man announced the rankings of the next few people. Among them, Xin Yaotian was ranked 4th, and the 5th was the youth named Lan Bai who used poison. After the rankings were announced, the red-robed old man said again, I'll give you 1 day to deal with all kinds of things. Gather here tomorrow morning. Yes. Everyone was excited and then left. Brother Xian, congratulations. Yu Fei ran over excitedly. He knew that Lin Xian was powerful, but he didn't expect him to get first place. Let's go. We'll talk when we get back. Lin Xian greeted Murong Qingqing and Xiaoli, then left with Yu Fei. Lin Xian and Yu Fei didn't return to the storm courtyard. Instead, they went to their new residence in Sky Pool City. It was a small courtyard. Although it wasn't big, it was convenient and quiet. Moreover, it wasn't cheap to buy a courtyard in a place like Sky Pool City. After entering the courtyard, Lin Xian asked the Crimson Dragon to set up a defensive array around the courtyard to ensure Yu Fei's safety. The Crimson Dragon was an expert in setting up the array, so he quickly finished setting it up. Those below the Venerable Realm couldn't break it at all. Even a first-level Venerable would need to spend some effort to break it. For Yu Fei, it was enough. Then, Lin Xian took out some pills and spirit wine that he had refined, as well as some spirit rank cultivation techniques and artifacts, and threw them to Yu Fei. Right now, you should focus on your cultivation and increase your strength, Lin Xian said. Thank you, Brother Xian. Yu Fei looked at the things on the ground and was very excited. Brother Xian, what else do you need me to do? 4 missions. First, find out why the Palace of War is closed. Second, find out the terrain and power situation of Sky Pool City. Third, organize the information about the Azure Red Society. Their headquarters and branches, the more detailed the better. Fourth, find out if there are any weapon refining grandmasters in the lower blood realm. If there are, remember the information. These 4 missions were related to his future plans, so Lin Xian handed them to Yu Fei. Don't worry, Brother Xian. Yu Fei patted his chest and promised. Lin Xian nodded. I just entered the academy, so I might not come out for a while. So you can only rely on yourself during this period of time. If there's any trouble, inject your spirit energy into this jade pendant and I'll know. Lin Xian handed over another jade pendant. This jade pendant was also made by the Crimson Dragon. There was an information transmission array inside. Once spirit energy was injected, the other party would know. Yu Fei took it and carefully put it away. Then, the Crimson Dragon created an array disk that allowed Yu Fei to control the array. Oh right, Brother Xian, since you want to develop your power, what do you want to name it? Name? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Let's call it Dragon Sword Pavilion. He rose up with the great Dragon Sword spirit, so he took this name. Dragon Sword Pavilion, good name! Yu Fei clapped his hands. I believe that this name will spread throughout the entire Blood Realm. The next day, Lin Xian left the courtyard and headed to the plaza of Sky Pool City. When he arrived, there were already quite a few people in the plaza. There were more than 1,000 people who participated in the exam yesterday, but only 138 people succeeded in the end. The elimination rate was very terrifying. Soon, more than 100 people gathered. At this time, the Red-Robed Elder appeared again. Chapter 7:15. Over 100 young martial artists gathered at the square of Sky Pool City and waited quietly. Not long after, the space above the square distorted and an old man appeared. It was the Red-Robed Elder from before. Everyone, let's go! Under his lead, the crowd quickly set off for Senmu College. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Looking ahead, the crowd was excited. Lin Xian took a deep breath and looked ahead with a burning gaze. There were 2 gigantic bronze doors that were 100 feet tall. They were like 2 huge mountains that had stood tall for thousands of years. Lin Xian exclaimed. He had never seen such majestic doors before. He could feel a surge of power and a faint vicissitude aura from them. The Red-Robed Elder struck out a series of seals, and the gigantic bronze doors slowly opened. Everyone couldn't help but rush forward. Lin Xian was also excited as he walked toward the gigantic bronze doors. He had finally entered the sacred cultivation ground of Tianwu Continent. Senmu College was huge, and one couldn't see the end of it. Halls and pavilions were scattered all over the place. Mountains and waterfalls filled the area. Spiritual trees and spiritual herbs could be seen everywhere. Spiritual birds and spiritual beasts roamed freely. They weren't afraid of humans at all. The entire Senma College was like a paradise on earth. It was filled with spiritual energy everywhere. "Let's go. You are the latest batch of new students," the red-robed elder said. "There are new students? Aren't we the only ones?" Someone was puzzled. "You are only taking the test in Sky Pool City. There are also tests in other regions of Tianwu continent. As long as you pass the tests, you can still enter Tianwu College," the red-robed elder explained. After understanding the situation, the crowd continued forward. "Look! What's that?" someone exclaimed. Everyone looked up. Lin Xian also turned his head curiously. Between the mountains, there was a huge black tortoise prostrating there. On its back was a black stone tablet that was 100 feet tall. Names were carved on the stone tablet, and they were shining brightly. "What's that?" The crowd was shocked when they saw the majestic scene. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He saw 3 powerful ancient words on the right side of the black stone tablet. "Mystic Honored Roll." "That's right, this is the mysterious sovereign leaderboard," the red-robed old man explained. "This is a ranking created by the Academy for disciples below the 3rd heaven of the Exalt realm. As long as one enters the Martial Venerate realm, one will have the right to be listed on the list. However, the Mystic Venerate ranking only records the top 100 in the Academy. Top 100 under the 3rd heaven of the Venerable Realm." Lin Xian was astonished. His current strength was equivalent to that of a 1st heaven Venerable Tier Peak stage cultivator. He wondered what rank he would be ranked at. "Little fellows, if you have the strength, then go all out to fight for the rankings." The red-robed old man smiled and said, "Because the rankings are related to your spiritual value points." "Spiritual value points?" Lin Xian was also puzzled. "Spiritual value points are very important. We'll talk about the details later." The red-robed elder smiled mysteriously. At the side, Murong Qingqing opened her red lips and said, "It is said that spiritual value points can be exchanged for all cultivation resources. Even Earth-rank martial arts and half-Earth-rank treasures can be exchanged for. Therefore, in Senma College, other than life, spiritual value points are the most important. Exchange for Earth-rank martial arts." Lin Xian was shocked. He knew how precious and powerful Earth-rank martial arts were. He had exchanged his life for Earth-rank martial arts. However, he did not expect that he could exchange for them here. As expected of Senma College, it was indeed domineering. "Then what are the strength of those fellows on the mysterious venerable ranking?" Lin Xian asked again. "It is very difficult for ordinary 1st heaven venerables to be on the ranking, unless they are at the peak of the 1st heaven venerable tier." Murong Qingqing's expression was solemn. "It is said that the top 10 are all at the peak of the 2nd heaven venerable tier. Even the 1st is a 3rd heaven venerable tier." "3rd heaven?" Lin Xian was surprised. "There are actually students who have reached the 3rd heaven. They are really powerful." One had to know that it was very difficult to advance in the venerable realm. For example, in the Sand region, the elders of a family were 1st heaven venerables. A 2nd heaven venerable tier could probably suppress an area. However, there were actually 3rd heaven venerables here. Moreover, they were students. That meant that they were not too old. It was very likely that they were very young. "Number 1! Lin Xian looked at the mysterious venerable ranking. He saw that the number 1 name on the black stone tablet was shining with a golden light. Dugu Outyan. At that moment, the others saw this name as well and immediately trembled. It was as if a heavy force was pressing down on their heads, making it impossible for them to turn around. "Looks like we have to enter the venerable realm as soon as possible." Lin Xian felt a sense of pressure. Everyone left and followed the red-robed elder. However, they all had a common goal in their hearts, and that was the mysterious venerable ranking. Under the red-robed elder's lead, they arrived in front of a majestic hall. The hall was magnificent, like a huge city. There were countless obscure lights flickering around it. The power that was unconsciously released made Lin Xian and the others tremble. "What a terrifying formation!" Lin Xian exclaimed. His soul power was outstanding, so he could feel the terror within. This hall was probably very important. Otherwise, it would be impossible to set up such a powerful formation, Lin Xian guessed. The Four Spirits Extermination Formation. I didn't expect it to be such a formation, the Crimson Dragon exclaimed. You know it? Lin Xian asked. Of course. This formation is extremely terrifying. Even a king would not dare to enter it, the Crimson Dragon said. It can trap a king. Lin Xian was shocked. He knew that the formation was powerful, but he did not expect it to be this powerful. The red-robed elder brought Lin Xian and the others to the front of the hall. There were already many people gathered there. Lin Xian looked around and realized that there were 3 teams led by 3 elders. Are these the other new students? Lin Xian guessed. Indeed, his guess was right. The new students who had arrived first turned around and looked at Lin Xian and the others with sharp gazes. It seemed that after learning about the mysterious venerable ranking, these fellows' inner competitiveness and arrogance had been stimulated. Among them, most of them were looking at Murong Qingqing. The fire in their eyes was not hidden at all. However, when they saw Lin Xian next to her, they all frowned. A few of them even snorted coldly with a hint of warning in their eyes. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. Can you pretend that you don't know me? Why? Murong Qingqing tilted her head and acted like a little girl. Are you afraid of them? This woman. Lin Xian rubbed his temples. Was she trying to provoke them? Indeed, when they saw Murong Qingqing acting so intimately with Lin Xian, the eyes of the young men opposite them were spitting fire. The female students were so angry that they rolled their eyes, their hearts filled with jealousy. Among them, a young girl wearing fiery red leather armor stared at Murong Qingqing. Her eyes were filled with a fighting spirit that was not inferior to a man's. There was a layer of crimson glazed light shining on her body. Lin Xian raised his head to look and was instantly stunned. Chapter 7:16. The girl had slender legs, a slim waist, and a voluptuous figure. Her fiery red leather armor accentuated her impressive figure. Otherwise, she would still have a delicate and beautiful face. Her fiery red hair fluttered in the wind, giving her an indescribably hot aura. Murong Qingqing was quiet and elegant like a fairy, while the girl was hot and full of youthfulness. At that moment, all the male disciples were looking at Murong Qingqing and the fiery red girl. Lin Xian looked carefully and found that not only was the girl's face and figure superb, but her aura was also surging. She had definitely reached the honorable realm. Moreover, she looked like a powerhouse among the honorable realm. She was definitely the darling of heaven and earth. She's called Dongfang Phoenix. She's very strong and comes from the Dongfang clan. She was born with the ability to control fire. The Dongfang clan? Yes, the hidden house of kings, Murong Qingqing explained. Hiss. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Another house of kings. It seemed that these prodigies had extraordinary backgrounds. For such people to come to Senmu College, it was enough to show how powerful and mysterious Senmu College was. In the distance, the girl called Dongfang Phoenix felt Lin Xian's gaze and immediately snorted. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger as she glared back at him. Ugh! Lin Xian was sweating. She really had a bad temper. As if she felt Lin Xian's cultivation aura, Dongfang Phoenix showed a trace of disdain and quickly looked at Murong Qingqing. She had heard of Goddess Murong's reputation long ago, but she was not convinced. Therefore, when they met, she developed a strong sense of hostility. Murong Qingqing smiled faintly, then continued to whisper to Lin Xian. If he guessed correctly, Dongfang Phoenix was the first in that team. As for the other 2 teams, the one on the left was called Huang Lei, and the one on the right was called Zhou Su. Both of them were very strong and should not be underestimated. Lin Xian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a robust young man standing in the group on the left. His muscles were as hard as rocks, full of sharp edges. Looking from afar, it didn't seem like a person, but a mountain, a huge mountain. It gave off a boundless sense of oppression. In the group on the right, there was a young man in a black robe. He stood with his hands behind his back and his chin slightly raised. He looked at the sky as if he did not care about anyone. Lin Xian felt that the person looked very familiar, but he couldn't recall who it was. The young man suddenly turned his head and stared at Lin Xian with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. "It's you? You know me?" Lin Xian asked. "Of course, my younger sister lost to you back then. This time, I will avenge her." The black-robed young man's voice was cold. He looked at Lin Xian with hostility. "Younger sister?" Lin Xian was puzzled. He couldn't remember, but the other party's aura was very familiar. The peak of the spirit-detecting realm? Zhou Su was slightly stunned. Then, he sneered disdainfully. "Looks like you haven't been doing well these years. I really don't know how my younger sister could lose to someone like you." Hearing this, the others looked at Lin Xian. Their eyes were full of disdain and ridicule. After all, the peak of cultivation was nothing here. Their bodies weren't even considered the lowest level. "This guy is so weak. How did he get in? He couldn't have gotten in through the back door, right?" The cultivators of the other three groups discussed. However, no one in Lin Xian's group dared to laugh because they had witnessed Lin Xian's strength with their own eyes. Lin Xian frowned. Were these people idiots? They only looked at the surface cultivation? We'll know whether I'm strong or not after a battle. Who wants to give it a try?" Lin Xian swept his gaze across the crowd with a sharp gaze. He wasn't someone who would back down. Moreover, he didn't plan to back down after coming here. Lin Xian's gaze carried a trace of the Sword Soul's aura. It was so sharp that it almost cut open the void. At this moment, the cultivators who were swept by his gaze suddenly trembled in fear. "How is this possible? I'm actually afraid? What a terrifying gaze! Did this guy hide his strength?" Many people were frightened and didn't dare to provoke him. Zhou Su was also surprised. This kind of gaze wasn't a threat to him. However, the Sword Soul's aura contained in it made him wary. Hiding his strength. Interesting, but that's it. Zhou Su looked down. "You'll know if it's interesting after you try." Lin Xian took a step forward. The aura on his body suddenly changed. An unusually sharp aura surged out, causing the surrounding air to surge and the sky to tremble. It was as if it was cut open by a peerless divine sword. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. Lin Xian's aura was so sharp that they couldn't bear it. Even Dongfang Phoenix was surprised. Her beautiful eyes turned and stared at Lin Xian. This aura was enough to threaten her. "It seems that I've underestimated him before." Feeling Lin Xian's aura, Zhou Su's face darkened. His gaze was cold as he looked ahead. No one dared to provoke him like this. Ding! 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 Sparks collided in the void, and the air rippled. Each ripple contained a terrifying, murderous intent. "I'm curious. What kind of strength do you have that makes you so arrogant?" The two of them were tit for tat. They were like two divine swords confronting each other. Countless tiny sword auras surged, forming a terrifying field that made the place extremely dangerous. "Stop!" the red-robed elder shouted in a low voice. With a wave of his sleeve, he broke the invisible sword aura field. "Fighting is prohibited in front of the True Spirit Hall. If you want to fight, the Freshman Assembly is your battlefield." The Freshman Assembly. Many people pricked up their ears and became excited. This was definitely a good opportunity to show off in Senma College. "Very well, I'll let you be arrogant for a while. Wait until the Freshman Assembly, you'll know how stupid you are." Lin Xian retracted his aura. "You're courting death." Zhou Su's face darkened. This was what he should have said. Strength is not something you can say. When the time comes, I'll let you know what it means to be strong. All right, now follow me into the True Spirit Hall, the red-robed elder said. Then, he joined forces with the other three elders to open the door of the True Spirit Hall. Everyone followed behind cautiously. This time, we came to the True Spirit Hall to broaden your horizons. At the same time, we'll make immortal martial spirit tablets for you to become real members of Senmu College. Then, the 4 elders entered the hall, took out a crystal jade tablet half the size of a palm, and threw it into the sky. Everyone 1 tablet. Drip your blood essence and engrave your soul mark. Looking at the immortal martial spirit tablets that were like a rain of light, everyone moved. Lin Xian waved his hand, grabbed a crystal tablet, and operated according to the rules. Drip his blood essence and engrave his soul mark. Soon, the immortal martial spirit tablet bloomed with light and flew toward Lin Xian. Grabbing the tablet, Lin Xian felt as if he had become one with it. He looked at it carefully and found that the words, Immortal Martial, were engraved on the front of the tablet. Behind it was his name. Chapter 717. With the immortal martial spirit tablet, he would be an official disciple of Senmu College from now on. Lin Xian noticed that the others were studying the spirit tablet in their hands, so he curiously poured his spirit energy into it. Immediately, the immortal martial spirit tablet bloomed with light, forming a small light screen in the air. Above the light screen, there were all sorts of words and images. Lin Xian raised his head and looked over. Surging wave sword technique, water attribute sword technique, sword chi is like the waves of the sea, rolling back the 9 heavens. Top spiritual rank cultivation technique, exchange for spiritual value points, 5,000 spiritual value points. Roaring flame saber, high-grade spiritual rank artifact, can increase fire damage by 2 times, has a continuous burning effect, exchange for spiritual value points, 7,000 spiritual value points. Purple spirit sand, as heavy as 10,000 kilograms, can increase the effect of refining and increase the attack power of the artifact. Exchange for spiritual value points, 10,000 spiritual value points. It was densely packed with all sorts of martial arts, cultivation techniques, artifacts, and so on. Lin Xian took a deep breath. So this was the use of spiritual value points. It could be exchanged for all cultivation resources. He carefully looked at the light screen and found that there were many things on it, from low to high, all the way down. The things on the top were relatively low level. Lin Xian scrolled down, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Earth rank martial art, heavenly moon evil shadow art, earth rank cultivation technique, exchange for spiritual value points, 5 million! 5 million! Lin Xian was stunned. From the previous comparison, he knew how terrifying 5 million spiritual value points was. Probably not many people could exchange for it. However, putting an earth rank martial art here was a naked temptation. Because everyone knew how precious and terrifying an earth rank martial art was, those who had strength would go all out to gather spiritual value points. At this moment, the surrounding warriors also noticed the situation and cried out in alarm. Although they did not have a single spiritual value point, this did not stop their enthusiasm and fantasies. I wonder how many spiritual value points a half-earth rank martial art is? Lin Xian suddenly remembered that the reward for the top 3 was a half-earth rank martial art. Then, he quickly searched for it on the light screen. Found it, Demon Slayer art, half-earth rank martial art, exchange for spiritual value points, 300,000. Although it was not as good as an earth rank martial art, it was still a terrifying number. Seeing everyone's excited expressions, the 4 elders smiled. This was the effect they wanted. Alright, I don't think I need to explain the use of spiritual value points. All of you should know, right? The red-robed elder laughed. Elder, how do we obtain spiritual value points? Everyone asked anxiously. There are many ways to obtain spiritual value points. For example, doing academy missions, killing demonic beasts, getting on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, and so on. The Academy Handbook will be given to you when the time comes. It's very detailed. Now I will give you the corresponding spiritual value points according to your rankings in the assessment. The assessment rankings also have spiritual value points? Everyone was excited. Of course, it's not just the ranking in the assessment. In the future, there will be rankings in every competition. Furthermore, the higher the ranking, the higher the spiritual value points. There are even special rewards for the top 3. For example, this time, the top 3 in the assessment will receive a half-Earth tier martial art for free. Half-Earth tier martial art! Everyone's eyes turned red as their breathing quickened. They had just learned from the screen that a half-Earth rank martial art was worth 300,000 spiritual value points. If he were to do quests, he had no idea when he would be able to complete them. Damn it, I have to work hard to cultivate. No, I have to work hard to get a good ranking in the freshman assembly. Everyone was excited. The red-robed elder looked at everyone's excited faces and waved his sleeve, distributing the spiritual value points. Immediately, everyone looked at it excitedly. Lin Xian also lowered his head and saw that the number behind his spirit tablet had begun to change. In the end, it became 3,000. 3,000 spiritual value points. This was the reward for the first place in the assessment. Damn, I can't buy anything, Lin Xian muttered. The cheapest item on the list was 5,000 spiritual value points. His 3,000 spiritual value points were not enough. The first place was 3,000, and the other spiritual value points decreased in succession. Many people were wailing. If you want good things, then work hard to cultivate, the red-robed elder said. Here, as long as you have enough spiritual value points, you can exchange for anything you want. Now, the top 3 would receive a half-Earth tier martial art. The red-robed elder waved his hand, and an even bigger and brighter light appeared above the hall. The information on it was similar to the Jade token, but there were more and more comprehensive. There were a total of 4 teams, which meant that 12 people were able to obtain a half-Earth tier martial art. This Senmu College was really generous. However, Lin Xian felt relieved. It was just learning. Senmu College would not lose anything. Moreover, it could increase his sense of belonging to the college. Lin Xian saw even more high-level cultivation techniques on the light screen in the sky, as well as some rare treasures. If these things were placed in the outside world, each of them would cause a huge commotion. It was enough to make everyone go crazy. This was also why the other forces in the Blood Realm had tried to invade Senmu College many times. Fortunately, Senmu College was strong enough to intimidate strong enemies. Moreover, Senmu College had experienced thousands of years. Countless experts had walked out from here. After they left, they would all be overlords. Although there was nothing much on normal days, if Senmu College was in trouble, these people would definitely come back to help. Therefore, Senmu College was not only strong, but also had a group of powerful helpers. This was the reason why they stood tall in the Blood Realm and prospered for so long. Suddenly, the Crimson Dragon in the demonic beast pouch became excited. Kid, dragon blood, dragon blood! Hearing the Crimson Dragon's voice transmission, Lin Xian quickly looked over. He saw a few rows of words below the light screen. 8-clawed tyrant dragon blood essence, the blood essence of a divine beast on the heavenly ranking. It has the ability to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. It contains powerful energy. When used by martial artists, it can change one's physique. The lowest level is the king level. If there is enough blood essence, there is a chance of forming a half-dragon body. Hiss. Lin Xian took a deep breath after reading. As expected of a divine beast's blood essence. It's so powerful! A half-dragon body. Lin Xian guessed that it would not lose to a king-level body. Kid, get it! You must get it! The Crimson Dragon shouted. With it, I will be able to recover my dragon essence in advance. It was too excited. This 8-clawed tyrant dragon was from the same dragon race as it. The blood essence would be extremely useful to it. Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. Then, he looked at the price and the corner of his mouth twitched. Spiritual value points, 8 million. Kid, if you can exchange for it, I will do anything. The Crimson Dragon was anxious. Anything? Lin Xian became spirited. This Rizalong was very cunning. Normally, it would do things carelessly and not use its full strength. Now, it was definitely a good thing for it to use its full strength. It seemed that this time, the Rizalong was really anxious. Don't worry, I will definitely get it for you, Lin Xian said. However, 8 million spiritual value points is a sky-high price. I estimate that it will take a long time. Alright, during this period of time, I will do my best to help you. After the two finished their discussion, the voice of the red-robed old man sounded again. You little guys, hurry up and choose a half-earth rank martial art. Hearing this, Lin Xian put down the matter of the 8-clawed tyrant dragon's blood essence and began to choose a martial art. Chapter 7:18. Lin Xian began to choose a martial arts cultivation technique. He had an earth-rank martial arts, so he did not need to use it for the time being. He also had the red lotus armor for defense, so he focused on attacking. For seasoned sword technique, this is it. Soon Lin Xian chose his target. For seasoned sword technique was a half-earth rank martial arts. It had 4 different attacking styles: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. It was strange and varied, and its attacks were powerful. After Lin Xian, the others quickly made their choices as well. Murong Qingqing chose the falling flower sword palm, Dongfang Fenghuang chose the 10,000 flame seal, and Lin Xian did not look at the others carefully. After choosing, the red-robe elder gave each of them a jade slip with a half-earth rank martial arts copied inside. Then, he gave them a scroll of academy rules, which recorded in detail how to obtain spiritual value points. Next was to arrange the accommodation. The red-robed elder and the other 4 elders led Lin Xian and the others out of the True Spirit Hall and to the square outside the hall. Then, several figures flew over from the horizon. Whoosh! 6 figures landed. There were men and women, and they all looked middle-aged. As for their specific age, it was unknown. The 6 of them landed on the square and began to distribute the disciples. More than 400 disciples were evenly distributed to the 6 middle-aged mentors. Among them, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were placed together. This made countless male students jealous. The mentor in charge of Lin Xian and the others was a middle-aged man with a square face. He said in a deep voice, "Follow me." Immediately, dozens of figures stood up and followed behind the square-faced middle-aged man, flying into the depths of the academy. After passing through the halls, Lin Xian and the others stopped at a place with beautiful scenery. "This is your accommodation area. My name is Guijing, you can call me Mentor Gua," the middle-aged man said. Lin Xian looked around. The surroundings were lush and there were mountains and rivers in the distance. In front of him was a courtyard. It was quiet and comfortable, very suitable for living. Moreover, Lin Xian's eyes widened. He realized that the spiritual energy here was very rich, much stronger than outside. "That's right, there's a spirit gathering array here." Seeing that Lin Xian had discovered something, the middle-aged instructor smiled and said, "Of course, this is only the most ordinary spirit gathering array. If you want a higher-level spirit gathering array, you will need your spiritual value points. There's something even better?" Lin Xian was surprised. "This is already much better than the outside world. What's even better?" Thinking of this, his heart burned with passion. The others were equally excited. Cultivating in a place like this would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. However, Instructor Gua's next sentence extinguished everyone's enthusiasm. "There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You have to pay to live in a house. Starting from here, the deeper you go, the denser the spiritual qi is. Of course, the more expensive it is. 500 spiritual value points for a month outside, 1,000 spiritual value points for a month in the middle, and 2,000 spiritual value points for a month inside. So expensive!" Everyone cried out in alarm. Many people's faces darkened because they had just arrived at the academy. The spiritual value points in their hands were the rewards for ranking in the examination. Those students who were ranked at the bottom did not even have 500 spiritual value points in their hands. They probably could not even afford to live in the outermost courtyard. Seeing the embarrassed looks of the newcomers, Instructor Gua smiled. "Since you guys have just arrived, you can owe the first month's rent first. You can pay it all together next month. Alright, you can choose now." Everyone's expressions were solemn as if they were facing a great enemy. The courtyard inside was good, but 2,000 spiritual value points per month was really a sky-high price. Although they could pay it late, it did not mean that they could not pay it at all. Everyone thought about it and decided to live in the outermost courtyard first. They would consider the house inside after they had stabilized. Where do you live? Murong Qingqing asked. Inside, Lin Xian replied. He had 3,000 spiritual value points in his hands. It was enough for the first month. Moreover, he believed that with his strength, he should be able to earn enough spiritual value points. Moreover, the spiritual qi here was indeed not bad. It could speed up his cultivation. Only when his cultivation reached the venerable realm would Lin Xian feel confident. After all, there were too many monsters in Senma College. I'll go too. Seeing that Lin Xian had chosen the inside, Murong Qingqing followed. Sigh, I'm so envious to have a beauty accompanying me. Many people were jealous, but they knew that Lin Xian was truly powerful. They could not be envious. If they wanted to achieve what they wanted, they could only work hard to cultivate and increase their strength. Shaoli chose the courtyard in the middle. Xin Yaotian stared at the backs of Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, his eyes burning with anger. However, when he saw the spiritual value points in his hand, his face immediately darkened. In the end, he could only choose the courtyard in the middle. Walking on the small path paved with gravel, Lin Xian felt that the spiritual qi was getting denser and denser. He was in a good mood. The 2,000 spiritual value points were worth it. How great would it be if I could master this kind of spirit-gathering array? Lin Xian was envious. When the time comes, I'll establish the Dragon Sword Pavilion and get 100 spirit-gathering arrays. Bah! The Crimson Dragon looked down on him and said, What do you think this is? Cabbage? This kind of exquisite spirit-gathering array is not something that an ordinary person can set up. Don't I have you? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Aren't you known as a formation master? This spirit-gathering array shouldn't be difficult for you, right? If I was at my peak, it would be a piece of cake. But now, it's really difficult. The Crimson Dragon drooped his head. It's fine, there's no rush. You should first understand the spirit-gathering array here. I'll think of a way to increase your strength. Lin Xian frowned. What are you thinking about? Seeing that Lin Xian did not speak, but his expression kept changing, Murong Qingqing asked in confusion. No. I'm just amazed by this powerful and magical spirit-gathering array. You mean this? As far as I know, this is only an ordinary spirit-gathering array. There are intermediate and advanced spirit-gathering arrays above this. Only those are considered good. There's more. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. This was really an eye-opening experience. All right, don't be so serious. If you join the Murong family, all of this will be nothing to you. Murong Qingqing tempted. Will you consider it? This chick is at it again. Lin Xian was helpless. Am I that good? Murong Qingqing tilted her head and looked at him. Although you're not the strongest, you're the most special martial artist I've ever seen. I have a feeling that your future achievements will be limitless, so I have to make the most of it now. Are you sure? Lin Xian was surprised. Don't underestimate a woman's sixth sense. Murong Qingqing was very confident. And all the things you've done have shown that you're indeed very special. How about this? Why don't we make a bet? Lin Xian saw that he could not escape, so he came up with an idea. What? Let's bet on who will be the first on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. If it's you, then I'll join you unconditionally. If I'm the first one, then don't ever mention this again. If anyone else was present, they would definitely go crazy. Lin Xian was a new student who had not even reached the martial venerable realm, but he was actually thinking about the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. Moreover, he was betting on first place. This was a madman. It was evening. The setting sun shone through the layers of leaves, forming spots of light that scattered on Lin Xian's face. It was as if he was covered in a layer of radiance. Lin Xian walked in the forest with a young and confident smile on his face. He was like a king as he spoke those words that would make anyone go crazy. Chapter 719. The contents of the bet surprised Murong Qingqing. She did not expect Lin Xian to be so ambitious. Number 1 on the Xian sovereign list. All right, I'll bet with you. Murong Qingqing smiled and said, You're very confident, but this time, I'll definitely win. Not necessarily. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Then, the two of them separated and entered their respective courtyards. Although it was said that they were going to their respective courtyards, in reality, the two of them were next to each other. This made Lin Xian feel helpless and could only accept it in the end. After entering the courtyard, Lin Xian casually set up a defensive formation. Although this was an academy, his years of battle experience reminded him that it was better to be careful. At least he would be able to obtain more time. Lin Xian was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he took out the scroll of the academy's rules. According to the Red Robe Elder, it recorded the method to obtain spiritual value points. In this place where even living in a house required spiritual value points, one had to master the method to earn spiritual value points. Otherwise, one would probably live a miserable life. Following that, Lin Xian had a general understanding. There were many ways to obtain spiritual value points. Among them, there were two most common methods. One was to complete the missions issued by the academy and cultivate. If one's cultivation increased, one would automatically obtain spiritual value points. Other than that, there were many other methods. Lin Xian took a look. There were all kinds of methods. One of them was to donate cultivation techniques and treasures. In other words, students would hand over cultivation techniques to the academy, and the academy would give out the corresponding spiritual value points according to the cultivation techniques level. This method was feasible, but no one would donate their core cultivation technique. However, the cultivation techniques obtained outside could be handed over. Hand over cultivation techniques? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. He had quite a few in his hands, including a few half-earth rank martial arts that he had obtained from killing the Divine Bird Palace's venerable. Should I hand them over? Lin Xian frowned. Senmu College was famous in the Tianwu continent. There should be people from the Divine Bird Palace in the academy. If he was discovered, it would not be good. Moreover, he did not know the relationship between Senmu College and the major powers, so it was better to be careful. Forget it, let's look at other methods. Lin Xian shook his head. He was not worried about finding a way to solve this problem, because 3 months later, there would be a large-scale auction in Wind-Seeking City. In that kind of place, no one cared about the origin of the cultivation method. I'll cultivate first, then I'll go and accept missions. Lin Xian made his decision. Then, he put away the academy's rules and took out the 4 seasons sword technique. This was a set of half-earth tier martial arts. It was divided into 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Each season had a different style. According to what was mentioned above, if he was able to combine 4 different types of concepts, he would be able to display the might of the 4 seasons sword technique to the maximum. At that time, when the 4 types of concepts were combined, the might of the 4 seasons sword technique would not be inferior to a true earth-rank martial technique. 4 concepts. This required a very high level of comprehension. It could be said that the 4 seasons sword technique was extremely difficult. The reason why Lin Xian had chosen this sword technique was because of this unique characteristic. He had grasped many kinds of concepts, so it was likely that he would be able to grasp the 4 seasons sword technique. The spring sword was a continuous and meticulous sword technique, endlessly growing and multiplying, bringing with it powerful vitality. The sword of summer was scorching hot and exuberant, carrying with it a powerful force. The sword of autumn was cold and austere, carrying with it a sense of nirvana. The sword of winter was cold and bone-piercing, carrying with it a sense of destruction amidst the violence. These 4 sword techniques each contained their own sword techniques and sword moves. It could be said that the 4 seasons sword technique was extremely vast. Lin Xian currently grasped the three natural concepts of wind, thunder, and fire. His strongest was sword intent, which had already formed a sword soul. It could be said that it was the foundation of the sword technique. Other than that, there was also the sword of nirvana and the sword of slaughter. These two killing moves could evolve the concept of nirvana and slaughter, which was perfect for the sword of autumn and sword of winter. As for the sword of spring, it was similar to his longevity secret, endlessly growing and multiplying. Other than that, for example, the concept of wind could be used in any sword technique. For example, the spring wind, the summer wind, the cold wind, and the winter wind. If used properly, it could be said to have endless wonderful uses. It seemed that he really needed to study it carefully. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. He decided to start with the concept of wind. He was completely engrossed in the Four Seasons sword technique, and completely forgot about the time. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, the defensive formation in the courtyard fluctuated, waking Lin Xian up. "Kid, it's your lover looking for you." The Crimson Dragon had a wretched look on his face. Lin Xian rolled his eyes, put away the Four Seasons sword technique, and walked outside. Sure enough, Murong Qingqing was standing outside the courtyard. "You finally came out. I've never seen anyone cultivate like this," Murong Qingqing complained. "You're crazy." Lin Xian scratched his head. The Four Seasons sword technique was too powerful, and it made him a little obsessed. "Why are you looking for me?" "A mission is coming. I came to inform you," Murong Qingqing said. After hearing this, Lin Xian slapped his head. He had almost forgotten about it. Senmu College had two types of missions. One was compulsory, which meant that it was necessary to do them. This kind of mission was usually not too difficult, and it was only given once a month. The other was an autonomous mission, which was a mission given out by Senmu College. The students could choose for themselves. The difficulty of this kind of mission was different, and of course, the spiritual value was different. And today was the day the mission was given out. "Let's go to the mission hall." The two of them walked side by side towards the mission hall. At this moment, many students had already gathered in front of the mission hall. Most of them were freshmen. Because the older students had already grasped the mission method, they usually did not appear with the freshmen. The appearance of Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing caused quite a stir. "My goddess is finally here." Many people's eyes lit up. That kid? F***CK. Since when did they get together? Many people saw Lin Xian beside Murong Qingqing, and immediately revealed murderous gazes. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. "I guess I'm going to become the public enemy of the boys soon." "Humph, you should be content. Others can't even get this treatment even if they want it." Murong Qingqing was in a good mood. Xin Yaotian looked at this scene, and his face was terrifyingly dark. However, he did not have enough strength at the moment, so he could only endure it. However, some of the others could not endure it. Especially Yan Qingyang, whose gaze could kill. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing came to the crowd. First, they received the Academy's compulsory mission. Then, they looked at the crystal stone tablet in front of them. The stone tablet was 100 feet tall, and it was emitting light. It was filled with missions. "Which one are you doing?" Murong Qingqing asked. "My basic mission is to gather 5 blood flame rats' inner cores, so I will take the mission near the forest." Lin Xian thought. The blood flame rat was a rank 9 monster. It usually lived in the shadows of the forest, so Lin Xian was looking for missions near the forest. At this moment, Yan Qingyang walked over. He looked at Murong Qingqing, and his eyes flickered with confidence. Coupled with his handsome face, he could indeed charm a lot of people. The freshmen are very careful when choosing their first mission. "Why don't I help you?" Yan Qingyang revealed a smile that he thought was charming. Chapter 720. Yan Qingyang came to Murong Qingqing's side casually, attracting the screams of countless female disciples. However, Murong Qingqing didn't have a good impression of him. She politely shook her head and rejected him. Looks like you don't know who I am. I'm Yan Qingyang, a student from the previous batch. At the same time, I'm also the vice president of Daoling Association. Yan Qingqing was confident. He believed that as long as he mentioned Daoling Association, Murong Qingqing would be surprised. However, he was wrong. Murong Qingqing didn't react, even though she knew the strength of Daoling Association. Yan Qingyang's face darkened when he saw that Murong Qingqing didn't move. He couldn't vent his anger on Murong Qingqing, so he stared at Lin Xian. Kid, get lost if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Yan Qingyang transmitted his voice. Lin Xian was pissed off. You can't get a girl, so you blame others? Moreover, Yan Qingyang's arrogant attitude disgusted him. Therefore, Lin Xian ignored Yan Qingyang's warning and asked, Are you done? If so, let's go. The flies here are too noisy. Everyone was stunned and turned to look. They saw what happened just now, but no one dared to say anything. After all, Yan Qingyang was a powerful senior. Moreover, he had Daoling Association behind him. They couldn't afford to offend such a person. However, Lin Xian, a new student, actually called him a fly. He was courting death. Kid, what did you say? Yan Qingyang was furious. I said there are flies here. Why are you so anxious? Lin Xian sneered. Are you a fly? That's ridiculous. Yan Qingyang's eyes darkened when he heard that. He stared at Lin Xian. A cold and terrifying aura filled the air and shrouded the surroundings. At the same time, a few powerful martial artists walked over. Their aura had reached the honorable realm. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. The great dragon sword soul in his body was ready to attack. He wasn't looking for trouble, but the other party was too annoying. They actually treated him like a soft persimmon. If he didn't fight back, these guys might do something outrageous. Moreover, he had already sensed the hostility and murderous aura from the other party. They were enemies sooner or later. Lin Xian wouldn't be bullied. I'm done. Let's go, Murong Qingqing said. She saw the other party, Murong Qingqing and Murong Qingqing's group. Lin Xian glanced at Yan Qingyang and the rest before shrugging his shoulders. All right, I don't like being surrounded by flies either. Then, he turned and Scroopses and Murong Qingqing. This kid, he is courting death. A few hours face. That's right, let him know the power of our Daoling Association. The others agreed. And Murong Qingqing Muran likes. He is. Don't worry, Brother Yang. You know my strength. I passed the 5th level of the training tower half a year ago. The young man laughed. I will let him know that as a new student, he has to behave himself with his tail between his legs. His body swayed, and like a wisp of green smoke, he disappeared from the spot. Daoling Association? With them taking action, Muran is going to be in trouble. Xin Yaotian sneered in his heart. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing left the mission hall and headed out of the college. I'm leaving. With your strength, you shouldn't be in any danger. Lin Xian waved his hand. Be careful. I'm worried that those people will find trouble with you. Murong Qingqing said seriously. Are you talking about those flies? Don't underestimate them. They are from the Daoling Association. What's the Daoling Association? Lin Xian asked. There are many disciples in the college. Naturally, many societies have been formed. The Daoling Association is one of the stronger ones. Also, don't underestimate Yan Qingyang. He is on the Mystic Sovereign Leaderboard. Daoling Association, Mystic Sovereign Leaderboard. I got it! Lin Xian was on his guard. I'm guessing that Yan Qingyang won't make a move easily. After all, his status is different. However, I can't be sure about the others. Murong Qingqing said. I got it. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Lin Xian waved his hand, turned around, and flew out of Senma College. Murong Qingqing's mission was different from his, so the two of them had to carry it out separately. This time, Lin Xian took a different path. After leaving Senma College, he arrived at a vast forest. The mountain range stretched for tens of thousands of miles, and he couldn't see the end of it. Lin Xian used his movement technique and entered the vast forest. His shadow flickered, and a map appeared in his hand. The college's missions had information prompts, so as long as one's strength was not weak, they could usually complete them. Lin Xian looked at the mission information. The forest he was in belonged to the Onyx God Mountain Range. It was a primitive forest. The target of his mission, the Blood Flame Rat, was a level 9 monster beast, which was equivalent to a human martial artist at the limit of the spiritual detecting realm. However, as a monster beast, they had an innate advantage, so their strength was slightly stronger. They were equivalent to a half-step martial venerable. This kind of monster beast was bloodthirsty, dark, and liked to live in groups, so it was troublesome to deal with them. Let's take a look first. Lin Xian put away the mission information and increased his speed. He stood on top of a tree and kept jumping. Every jump was 100 feet. At the same time, he used his soul power to search. At the same time, far behind him, there was a wave of black smoke cautiously following him. It was soundless, and there was no way to detect it. After an hour, Lin Xian's face lit up, and his body sank like a huge mountain. He finally found the Blood Flame Rat. Whoosh! Like a feather, Lin Xian landed lightly. There was a group of about 50 Blood Flame Rats in front of him. Lin Xian used his soul power to collect information. There are others? Lin Xian was surprised. He found that there were other martial artists in other directions. However, they didn't look like they were from Senmu College. They should be from other forces. Lin Xian didn't move. He just observed silently. In the distance, 3 figures were pacing back and forth. 2 of them were middle-aged martial artists. One was a martial venerable, and the other was a half-step martial venerable. There was also a young man with a nervous expression. Uncle Wang, is it really okay? The young man asked uneasily. Don't worry, young master. As long as we lure out one blood flame rat at a time, there won't be any danger. Yes, we must get the heart of the blood flame rat this time. The young man clenched his fists. The middle-aged man in black smiled. At the same time, he quickly lit up a snake-shaped incense stick. A strange fragrance drifted with the wind. However, the middle-aged man quickly extinguished the snake-shaped incense stick and waited carefully. Soon, there was a commotion in the distance. Then, the whole ground shook. Along with it, there was a red blood mist and a thick murderous aura. Be careful, the blood flame rats are here! The middle-aged man in black shouted. Lin Xian was also surprised when he saw this scene. However, when he sensed carefully, he frowned. Chapter 721. In the distance, a figure the size of a small mountain appeared in the forest. It was a blood flame rat with scales all over its body. It was as big as a mountain and was surrounded by a bloody aura. It was extremely terrifying. When it saw the black-clothed middle-aged man and the other 2, it did not rush over. Instead, it opened its bloody mouth and spat out a green ball of light. Oh no! The black-clothed middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. This situation was beyond his expectations. He originally thought that the blood flame rat would rush over, but he did not expect this situation. In a moment of desperation, he could only attack. Whoosh! A purple saber light cut through the void like a purple wave and slashed towards the blood flame rat. Puff! The purple saber light was resplendent and slashed the green ball of light in the air, instantly shattering it. However, the green ball of light contained a large amount of green liquid that was highly toxic and corrosive. In an instant, it wrapped around the purple saber light and made sizzling sounds. More green liquid fell to the ground, corroding the trees and soil, creating large depressions. The black-clothed middle-aged man was a supremacy after all. He roared angrily, and the saber light was as bright as snow. It was like a ferocious purple python. Bang! The saber slashed at the blood flame rat and tore apart its scaly body. Roar! The blood flame rat let out a sharp cry in pain. The sound wave was like a tsunami that spread in all directions. Oh no! The black-clothed middle-aged man's eyelids twitched. This roar definitely alarmed the entire blood flame rat group. Damn it, run! At this moment, he no longer cared about hunting and turned around to fly back. However, the ground around him trembled and countless mountain-like figures appeared, surrounding this place. At the same time, the ground under the young man's feet cracked and a shocking murderous aura soared into the sky. No! The black-clothed middle-aged man roared crazily. He wanted to help, but he was one step too late. At this moment, an azure arrow pierced through the air like a bolt of lightning and shot towards the blood flame rat on the ground. Puff! Roar! Blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by a miserable roar. The ground cracked open and a huge body was pierced through by the green arrow. The terrifying power brought the blood flame rat hundreds of meters away. What a terrifying archery technique! The young man and the others were stunned. The black-clothed middle-aged man's heart trembled. As a supremacy, he could understand how terrifying that arrow was. Roar! Seeing their companions killed, countless blood flame rats were enraged. Their murderous aura soared into the sky, dyeing the entire forest red. They all stared behind them. Even the black-clothed hillman was staring intently. Behind him, the void rippled and a handsome young man in a blue robe stepped through the air. He held a golden bow in his hand. Thank you for your help, young hero! The three of them were shocked to see how young the newcomer was. Nothing much, just carrying out a mission. This young man was naturally Lin Xian. Through his soul power, he had long since discovered the blood flame rat underground. At the critical moment, he had launched an attack and saved the young man's life. Mission? The middle-aged man in black asked carefully. Are you a student of Senba College? Yes. Lin Xian nodded. He then pulled back the string of his thunder bow once more. Streaks of green arrows flew out at an incredible speed, leaving no time for anyone to react. Puff! Puff! In an instant, the three blood flame rats were pierced through, and their huge bodies were nailed to the ground. Hiss! The middle-aged man in black sucked in a breath of cold air. What terrifying strength! The young man's eyes were filled with envy. He clenched his fists excitedly. The surrounding blood flame rats were enraged. They all rushed toward Lin Xian with bloodshot eyes. Looking at the situation, he wanted nothing more than to tear him in half. Not good, young hero, be careful! The middle-aged man in black warned. The attack of so many blood flame rats was no joke. No matter how strong he was, he would not be able to defend himself. Unless he was a second-stage venerable. Looking at the blood flame rats coming from all directions, Lin Xian stood calmly. Then, a shocking roar came from his body and shot into the sky. The roar was very deep, like the roar of a dragon. Buzz! As soon as the roar came out, the blood flame rats trembled. Their eyes were filled with fear, and many of them were trembling. It was fear that came from their souls. In the next moment, those overbearing demonic beasts with monstrous baleful auras all fled. They transformed into numerous rays of bloody light that charged out of the forest and mountains, and they fled without a trace. Buzz! Lin Xian took the opportunity to kill 2 more blood flame rats. Humph, it's just a group of demonic beasts. How dare they behave so atrociously in front of Ben Wang? If Ben Wang doesn't show his power, do you really think I'm a sick snake? The Crimson Dragon snorted. It turned out that the dragon roar just now was from it. As a member of the Divine Dragon clan, he naturally had the ability to suppress demonic beasts, especially those blood flame rats. Below, the middle-aged man in black and the other 2 were completely stunned. This method was simply a miracle. I only want the demonic crystals of the blood flame rats, Lin Xian said to the 3 people below. Ah? Okay. Hero, please wait a moment. The 3 people came back to their senses and began to deal with the corpses of the blood flame rats. Soon, 5 fist-sized demonic crystals appeared in front of Lin Xian. It's very dangerous here. Be careful. Lin Xian put away the demonic crystals and reminded them. Then, he turned into a ray of sword light and disappeared. Hero, may I know your name? The martial artist in black shouted. Lin Xian. Hero Lin, our Wang clan will forever remember your kindness. Uncle Wang, that's great. We have the hearts of the blood flame rats. The young man was also happy. The martial artists of Senma College are so strong. How great would it be if I could get in? Hero, I'm afraid you're on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. Ordinary disciples of the college are not as strong as him. The middle-aged man in black muttered. Let's go quickly. Our clan is waiting for us. Then, the three of them quickly left. After they left, a wisp of green smoke appeared and gradually turned into a human figure. Bow and arrow with the power of wind and thunder. Interesting. The human figure sneered and then floated into the distance. That direction was the direction Lin Xian had left in. Lin Xian left the nest of the blood flame rats and began his next mission. It was also a killing mission. However, this time, the target was not a demonic beast but a demon general. Above the demonic beasts were demon generals. 1 to 9 stars corresponded to the 9 honorable realm. Lin Xian's target this time was a 1-star demon general, the golden-eyed demonic bat. To be exact, it was the golden-eyed demonic bat's wings. West. Lin Xian followed the instructions on the mission information and moved. Gradually, some mountains appeared in front of him. They were sparse when he first arrived, but they soon joined together. Furthermore, plumes of black smoke were rising from the mountains. Lin Xian knew that it was formed by demonic qi. Whoosh! As he approached the mountains, he did not fly in the air. Instead, he chose to walk. As he got closer, Lin Xian realized that there were many caves under the mountains. They were dark and eerie. Crack! The withered branches on the ground made a sound as if it was a demonic sound, alerting the existence inside. Suddenly, waves of energy came from the caves. The surrounding air trembled violently as if something was about to come out. Countless black figures flew out from the caves in front of him. They were like a black flood, rushing toward Lin Xian. Chapter 722. The air vibrated as countless black shadows pounced towards Lin Xian. Bats, countless bats, like a black flood, covered the sky and covered the earth. Pairs of bloodthirsty eyes flickered, incomparably demonic. Roar! Another deep dragon roar, forming a visible sound wave that swept out in all directions. Immediately, the bats that were pouncing over trembled and fell to the ground. Soon, the bats that rushed out of the cave all landed on the ground. At this moment, an even more terrifying sound came from the depths of the cave, shaking the surrounding rocks and cracking them. Obviously, the dragon roar just now had stimulated the Bat King inside. Whoosh! A gray shadow floated by, and a sharp sound broke through the air. A pair of sharp claws grabbed towards Lin Xian from above. So fast! Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps and his body turned into countless phantoms, dodging quickly. Then, he looked ahead vigilantly. There was a 2-foot-tall monster with a human body and a bat head. Its forelimbs had sharp claws, and a pair of gray wings that were 3 feet long with golden lines on its back. Its eyes were golden, and at this moment, they were emitting a fierce light. Golden-eyed demonic bat, right! Lin Xian carefully compared and found that the monster in front of him was the one he was looking for. As if it felt Lin Xian's burning gaze, the golden-eyed demonic bat roared, and the sound wave was like a sharp blade, cutting through the void. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The air trembled as if it was boiling. Countless cracks about 10 feet long appeared on the surrounding rocks and ground, and the incisions were flat. It was very terrifying. Sound wave technique. The golden-eyed demonic bat's signature attack. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The terrifying roar caused the mountains to tremble, and countless peaks to split open. The terrifying sound wave rushed towards Lin Xian. Mad lion roar! Lin Xian opened his mouth and roared out a sound wave technique. As if an ancient demonic lion was born, the terrifying sound caused the air to tremble as if a tsunami had occurred. Puff, puff, puff. Boulders collapsed into pieces, and trees turned into powder. The ground seemed to be torn apart by a pair of invisible hands, and a terrifying crack appeared and spread into the distance. The two sound waves collided, producing a demonic sound. Countless translucent wave blades surged and rushed into the sky. Terrifying energy surged out, causing the area within a radius of 1,000 meters to be greatly impacted. Seeing that his sonic attack was blocked, the golden-eyed demonic bat became extremely anxious. His gray wings flapped, and he turned into a gray light, quickly rushing towards Lin Xian. He waved his claws, tearing the void apart. The murderous aura soared into the sky, forming a demonic cloud that covered all directions. In the blink of an eye, the golden-eyed demonic bat arrived in front of Lin Xian, its sharp claws gleaming with a cold light as it swiped at Lin Xian. Clang! Lin Xian pulled out the wind shadow sword and slashed at the sharp claws. The sound of metal clashing rang out as countless sparks flashed, forming electric arcs that filled the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The golden-eyed demonic bat launched an attack and engaged in a fierce battle with Lin Xian. The two of them were very fast, as if two balls of light were fighting fiercely. Sword of Spring, continuous spring rain! With a swing of the sword, countless strands of sword chi formed into threads that connected together like raindrops falling down. These days, Lin Xian had been studying the 4 seasons sword technique, and he had made some progress. Now was the time to use it. The sword chi was continuous and full of vitality. Each strike was stronger than the previous, as if it was endless. The golden-eyed demonic bat was furious. It spread its wings and flew away, but no matter where it fled, there was a sky full of sword chi wrapping around it. Clang, clang! Puff, puff, puff! In an instant, its body was hit hundreds of times. Fortunately, it was a demonic general, and its body's defense was strong. Otherwise, if it was an ordinary demonic beast, it would have been cut into countless pieces. But even so, it was still injured. There were countless sword wounds on its body, and streams of green blood flowed out, emitting a fishy smell. Roar! The golden-eyed demonic bat was furious. It had never been injured like this by a human. With a furious roar, it rushed over again with endless demonic chi. The human and demonic beasts started fighting again. At this time, a wisp of green smoke silently arrived nearby and stopped at a hidden place. Lin Xian and the golden-eyed demonic bat did not notice it. The two of them fought again and again, and the terrifying energy destroyed everything around them. Spring sword, spring breeze! Gusts of wind formed on the sword blade, whistling out together with the sword blade. Countless sword chi surged, turning into a gust of wind that was all-pervasive. On the opposite side, the golden-eyed demonic bat felt the danger and screamed crazily. Demonic chi surged out of its body, forming the shadow of a ferocious bat king. It was about 30 meters long and emitted a terrifying aura. An intense collision occurred, and the two forces of energy entangled together. Silently, Lin Xian changed his sword technique. Autumn sword, solitary sword! This sword was very slow, as if it was stabbing out slowly, but wherever it passed, grass and trees would fall and everything would wither. The ferocious Bat King's shadow suddenly became dim, as if it would shatter at any time. Feeling that its vitality was being taken away, the golden-eyed demonic bat became frightened and uneasy. Above its eyes, golden light bloomed, forming 2 spiral golden ripples. When the ripples appeared, it made one's soul tremble. Kid, this should be its bloodline demonic art! The Crimson Dragon transmitted its voice. Lin Xian was vigilant. This power was enough to threaten him. Winter sword, winter slaughter! Terrifying killing intent spread out, and then the power of the great dragon sword soul surged out. This sword was extremely powerful. A sword light slashed out, and the space was split open. It was vast and mighty like a river of death, intimidating the surroundings. Boom! The sword chi surged and collided with the golden spiral, shattering it on the spot. Then, it quickly slashed towards the golden-eyed demonic bat. At the same time, the green smoke in the dark corner floated and quickly floated towards Lin Xian. Crack! The golden-eyed demonic bat resisted with all its might, but it was still split in half. Green blood spilled on the ground. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian's hair stood on end. He felt a fatal killing intent. Buzz! In an instant, the red lotus armor covered his whole body. Ding! A crisp sound came from behind him, accompanied by a terrifying force. Fortunately, the red lotus armor was extremely tough and blocked the fatal attack. However, the force sent Lin Xian flying. The massive force hit Lin Xian and sent him flying in the air like a meteor. Using the illusory demonic steps, Lin Xian's body moved horizontally in the air, dissipating the terrifying force. He blocked it. How is that possible? A surprised voice came. Lin Xian suppressed the blood and qi in his body. He turned around abruptly, and his eyes were like sword radiance, sweeping in all directions. It's you! Seeing the martial artist behind him, Lin Xian's face darkened. That person was not a human, but the young man beside Yan Qingyang. Defensive armor. Kid, I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. It can actually block my attack? Chu Tianhao was shocked. He looked at the red lotus armor on Lin Xian, and his eyes were filled with greed. Kid, it's a waste for such a treasure to be on you. Why don't you hand it over to me? Maybe I'll spare your life. Humph! Lin Xian snorted, and his expression turned cold. I've said it before. I hate flies. Since you're here to die, don't blame me. Chapter 723. I've said that I hate flies. Since you're so eager to die, don't blame me. Lin Xian said coldly. Brat, you're arrogant. Chu Tianhao snorted when he heard Lin Xian's words. Let me tell you, freshmen have their own rules. You can't just offend anyone. Especially our Tao's Spirit Association. You can't afford to offend us. Let me teach you how to behave. Chu Tianhao's body started to turn illusory and hazy. Like a wisp of white smoke, he dissipated in the air and quickly drifted towards Lin Xian. It was a strange scene. A living person had turned into smoke. Those who didn't know better would think that they had seen a ghost. Like a phantom, the white smoke quickly rushed out. Its speed was so fast that it was shocking. Sword of spring, continuous spring rain! The wind shadow sword stabbed out. Lin Xian used the Four Seasons swordplay again. In an instant, the space in front of him was filled with fine sword radiance. It was continuous and formed a sword screen. Like a continuous spring rain, the space in front of him was filled with sword radiance, and sealed off everything. Ha ha, it's useless. My martial soul is smoke. It's formless and formless. You can't hurt me at all. The arrogant voice rang out. Then, the white smoke quickly passed through the dense sword radiance, and drifted towards Lin Xian. The scene was strange. Among the sword radiance in the sky, a cloud of white smoke drifted leisurely without any obstruction. In the air, the smoke slowly condensed and quickly formed Chu Tianhao's figure. His fist was covered with thick white smoke. A terrifying fist force was thrown out quickly. I can turn into smoke at any time and condense into a form at any time. I'm formless and formless. Let's see how you can hurt me. White smoke ghost fist. Above the fist, the white smoke rolled and formed two ferocious ghost heads. They attached themselves to the fist and roared as they bit towards Lin Xian. The air exploded in an instant. A terrifying force rushed to the sky and left a white trail in the air. Rows of airwaves rolled. It was a shocking scene. Sword of Summer, Dance of the Wind. Lin Xian held the wind shadow sword in his hand and swung it towards the sky. A strong gust of wind blew in the air and whistled as if a wind beast was roaring. A terrifying and vast power surged in all directions. Whoosh! The fierce wind and sword qi whistled, blowing on the white smoke ghost fist, causing it to sway non-stop, as if it would shatter at any moment. Petty tricks! Chu Tianhao laughed coldly as he punched out. Instantly, the white ghost head turned illusory, wanting to pass through the raging sword qi. Wisps of white smoke surged in the air and strangely appeared in front of Lin Xian. They quickly condensed, and the ghost head suddenly bit down. Puff! Lin Xian's figure shattered. It was just an afterimage. His real body had already arrived at the side with a solemn look in his eyes. His opponent's martial soul was too strange. It was actually this kind of formless smoke, which was indeed beyond his expectations. Vermilion bird seal! With a low shout, he formed a seal with his left palm and quickly waved it forward. A vermilion bird soared into the sky, bringing with it towering flames. It pierced through the void like a real divine beast, pouncing towards Chu Tianhao. The entire sky was dyed red, and the blazing energy caused the void to tremble. Like a meteor, it streaked across the sky brilliantly. It's useless, formless form! The white ghost head floated and turned into wisps of white smoke, slipping away in all directions as if it had disappeared. Chu Tianhao's face was filled with disdain. Although he was only at the first sky of the honorable realm, his martial soul made him extremely strange. Few people in the same realm could defeat him. Boom! The flaming vermilion bird tore the sky apart and pierced through the ground, but it did not hurt Chu Tianhao. Whoosh! In an instant, Chu Tianhao had already arrived behind Lin Xian. He bent his arm, forming a long whip of white smoke, and a spiderweb-like smoke net, quickly wrapping around Lin Xian. Lin Xian's red lotus armor shone, forming a solid defense. At the same time, he stabbed out with his sword. Puff! Chu Tianhao's chest was pierced, and a transparent sword hole appeared, but there was no blood. Ha ha! When the sword radiance disappeared, the smoke floated and repaired the chest that was hit. Chu Tianhao was unharmed, but Lin Xian was shrouded in the white smoke net. Unharmed? Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that normal attacks had no effect. Don't waste your energy. With your strength, you can't hurt me, Chu Tianhao said disdainfully. Boy, watch how I deal with you. He was like a demon, slowly walking towards Lin Xian. Can't hurt you? Lin Xian laughed. You're too confident. Watch how I break your net. Break it? You think you can break my attack? Chu Tianhao laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. However, he soon couldn't laugh anymore. His face turned red, as if someone was strangling his neck. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Just a moment ago, a sword radiance flashed and cut the white smoke net that he had formed. Furthermore, what was even stranger was that the smoke did not merge back together like before. There was a sharp and terrifying aura at the opening that stopped everything. How is this possible? Chu Tianhao was shocked and disbelief was written all over his face. Although he was a first-rank honorable, he had few opponents in the same rank as him because of his smoke martial soul. That kind of formless attack was impossible for his opponents to break. Even if it was broken, he could quickly merge it back together. However, this time, things were out of his control. The smoke that was cut apart by Lin Xian could not merge back together at all. Damn it, what did he do? What kind of power is that? Chu Tianhao's face turned ugly. If he was surprised, then in the next moment, he was horrified. That was because he saw Lin Xian unleash the sword of withered silence, piercing into the sky and instantly dispersing the smoke above. The smoke dimmed and then disappeared in the air. What? This is impossible. Chu Tianhao panicked. He tried his best to sense and found that the smoke had really disappeared. Impossible, how can this be? He was terrified. He looked at Lin Xian and trembled slightly. Is that his martial soul? Chu Tianhao panicked. In fact, he guessed right. That was the power of Lin Xian's dragon sword soul. The great dragon sword spirit was an offensive saint technique between heaven and earth. It was invincible and could cut through the void, let alone the smoke. Therefore, when Lin Xian used the power of the dragon sword soul, the smoke was easily cut apart. Then, he used the lonely sword to make the smoke disappear. It could be said that Lin Xian had become Chu Tianhao's nemesis. Lin Xian cut apart the white smoke around him with a sword. Then, holding the wind shadow sword, he walked over slowly. Didn't you want to teach me a lesson? What other tricks do you have? Use them all. You. Chu Tianhao was terrified. His martial soul was restrained and he did not have the courage to fight at all. Kid, consider yourself lucky. I'll let you go this time. Don't let me see you again. After saying that, he turned around to leave. You want to leave? Don't you think it's too late? Lin Xian sneered. He used his body movement technique and created countless shadows. They filled the surroundings and blocked Chu Tianhao's way. Why don't I teach you how to behave? Chapter 724. Why don't I teach you how to behave? Lin Xian returned the same words to him. If it were anyone else, Chu Tianhao would have slapped them. How dare someone teach him how to behave? But now, he did not dare to do anything. Lin Xian's martial soul was too powerful. It completely countered his martial soul. Now, he was filled with regret. Why did he force himself to be brave and accept this mission? Why didn't he investigate Lin Xian's background before coming here? If he knew that Lin Xian was so strong, he might not have come. But it was too late now. What are you doing? Chu Tianhao was terrified. I'm warning you, I'm from Daoling Association. If you dare to touch me, you're dead. He had no choice but to use Daoling Association's name, hoping that it would scare him. But Lin Xian was not afraid at all. Instead, his smile deepened. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I know Senma College's rules. Lin Xian smiled. I just want to teach you how to behave. Looking at that sinister smile, Chu Tianhao was about to cry. Indeed, Senma College forbade students from killing each other. But there was a kind of pain worse than death. Chu Tianhao knew that Lin Xian would not let him go easily. Sure enough, Lin Xian waved his hand and released the Crimson Dragon and the little white monkey. Come, come, come! Ben Huang will teach you how to behave! The Crimson Dragon was excited. I'm the best at teaching people. Let me do it! The little white monkey was equally excited. It danced with joy. Snake Demon! Chu Tianhao screamed. Damn it, how can you say that? Ben Huang really needs to teach you a lesson. The Crimson Dragon was unhappy. Little one, tie him up! Run! Chu Tianhao was going crazy. His body turned into white smoke and fled in all directions. This was his secret escape technique. As long as a wisp of white smoke escaped, he would be able to leave. However, he still underestimated the Crimson Dragon and the snow-white monkey. Looking at the scattered white smoke, the Crimson Dragon sneered again and again. It waved its claws and quickly arranged a formation that covered a radius of 100 meters. Then, a strange force formed in the formation, causing Chu Tianhao to reveal himself. Then, a bolt of lightning flashed, shining with dazzling light, and rushed towards Chu Tianhao. That scene resembled the roar of a lightning dragon. One! In an instant, the lightning turned into a line of light and trapped Chu Tianhao. Wooji, the little white monkey was excited. It used the thunderclap whip in its hand to trap the other party. Puff! With a casual tug, Chu Tianhao was pulled down. Chu Tianhao was in a daze, unable to believe what he had just heard. This time, he didn't even use Lin Xian's hand. How could two demonic beasts finish him off? What happened to this world? He felt that he could not keep up with the pace of the world. Kid, Ben Huang's education has begun. Ah! Then, a miserable cry sounded, like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. It was so creepy that the surrounding demonic beasts fled. After a long time, the sound gradually disappeared. Demon, demon! Chu Tianhao's body curled up, like a little wife who had been violated. It was very miserable. Lin Xian took care of the golden-eyed demonic bat's corpse and came to Chu Tianhao's side. How is it? Problem, this kid will definitely be a good person in the future. The Crimson Dragon patted its chest and promised. Here, this is his immortal martial spirit tablet and storage ring. Lin Xian took it with satisfaction and then began to check the spirit tablet. 200 spiritual value points? So little? Lin Xian frowned. Hey, aren't you from the Dao Spirit Association? Why are you so poor? Hearing this, Chu Tianhao's mouth twitched. I've already used up all my spiritual value points. Who would still have any left? Forget it. Lin Xian was disappointed. Throw the spirit tablet over. You're lucky this time. Lucky? Chu Tianhao cried. Not only had he received a deep education, but his storage ring had also been robbed. How could this be called lucky? He realized that compared to Lin Xian, he was nothing. Lin Xian was the demon. I'll let you off this time. If you want to cause trouble again, remember to bring more spiritual value points. Lin Xian kept the other party's storage ring and left with the Crimson Dragon and the Snow-White Monkey. In the forest, only Chu Tianhao's miserable howls could be heard. Senmu College. A few youths were waiting in the pavilion near the entrance. These people were Yan Qingyang and other members of the Tao Spirit Association. Looking at the time, Chu Tianhao should be done. Why isn't he back yet? I guess that kid is thinking of some new tricks to torture people again. The youths were discussing. Yan Qingyang frowned slightly. For some reason, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Brother Yang, don't worry. He's just a freshman, and a fake supremacy. What can such a person do? That's right, isn't it just? Another disciple said with a smile. However, he stopped halfway because he saw a person. That kid? How is that possible? The few of them were shocked. Why was he fine? Damn it, did Chu Tianhao not do anything? Seeing that Lin Xian had returned safe and sound, Yan Qingyang's face turned gloomy. Humph, tell Chu Tianhao to come back and see me. After saying that, he waved his sleeves and disappeared in a ray of light. Only the rest of the people were left looking at each other. After Lin Xian returned, he ran straight to the mission hall. The 2 missions this time were considered practice. He only wanted to understand the situation of the missions. After everything was clear, he would challenge the missions with high spiritual value points. Of the 2 missions, one was a basic mission of the academy, which only gave him a pitiful 100 spiritual value points. The other was a self-selected mission, which gave Lin Xian 1500 spiritual value points. 1-star Demon General, 1500 spiritual value points. It seemed that spiritual value points were not easy to earn. Lin Xian curled his lips, kept the spiritual value points, and returned to his courtyard. At the same time, in a small mansion in the senior students' residential area, Yan Qingyang and the rest were gathered. Among them was Chu Tianhao. At this moment, Chu Tianhao's face was pale and he looked dispirited. It was obvious that he had not recovered from the previous education. Old Chu, what's wrong with you? Why did you let that kid return safely? Yeah, didn't you do anything? The surrounding warriors asked. Yan Qingyang's face darkened. What happened? You have to give me an explanation for this matter. Hearing the crowd's question, Chu Tianhao seemed to have thought of something and his body trembled. He said weakly, I did, but I failed. Failed? How is that possible? The crowd did not believe him. Your smoke martial spirit is so powerful, how could he resist it? It's useless. His martial spirit is even more strange. It's my nemesis. Chu Tianhao shook his head. He did not want to elaborate. After all, this was related to his history of humiliation. Brother Yang, that kid is very strange. His martial spirit is very sharp. I'm not his opponent. After saying that, Chu Tianhao did not wait for the others to react and left alone. Strange? Sharp? The crowd was stunned. Looking at Chu Tianhao's appearance, it was obvious that he had suffered a great loss. Was the other party really that difficult to deal with? Yan Qingyang's frown deepened. He said in a deep voice, Send someone to investigate that kid's background. We must find out. Chapter 725. Lin Xian returned to the courtyard and organized Chu Tianhao's storage rings. He kept the useful ones and exchanged the useless ones for spiritual value points. Then, he began to cultivate again. This time, Lin Xian's focus was not only on the 4 seasons sword technique, but also on the improvement of his cultivation. Although he had the strength of a first-level supremacy, his cultivation was still at the limit of the spirit detecting realm. Under such circumstances, he would not be able to enter the mysterious sovereign leaderboard. The requirement to enter the mysterious sovereign leaderboard was that one had to reach the supremacy realm. Therefore, Lin Xian planned to raise his cultivation to the supremacy realm. However, after cultivating for a long time, he shook his head slightly. Although his cultivation speed was already very fast, he was still not satisfied. I heard that there are other spirit gathering arrays in the academy. I wonder how effective those high-level spirit gathering arrays are? The place he lived in only had the most ordinary spirit gathering array. Although the effect was not bad, it was not possible to break through to the supremacy realm in a short period of time. Therefore, he wanted to take a look at those so-called high-level spirit gathering arrays. The spirit gathering array was very famous in Senma College, so he could find out its location by asking around. Lin Xian carefully asked around and found that with her current spiritual value points, she could only enter the intermediate spirit gathering array at most. After knowing the direction, Lin Xian walked towards the intermediate spirit gathering array. Soon, he arrived at the intermediate spirit gathering array area. The number of academies nearby began to increase, and the spiritual qi in the air was obviously denser. When he arrived, Lin Xian realized that it was different from what he had imagined. This spirit gathering array was different from the courtyard he lived in. It was a spirit gathering tower. However, the spirit gathering tower was not built on the ground, but underground. Deep pits that were like sinkholes appeared in front of him, filled with a mysterious aura. Lin Xian took a look. There were a total of 6 spirit gathering towers forming a circle. Below the 6 spirit gathering towers was a super large intermediate spirit gathering array. From the conversations of the surrounding students, Lin Xian found out that the lower the spirit gathering tower was, the better the effect. It required more spiritual value points. The intermediate spirit gathering tower had a total of 9 floors. Each floor had 36 cultivation rooms, and the price of each floor was different. The first level required 500 spiritual value points to cultivate for 2 hours. The second level required 1,000 spiritual value points, and the third level required 1,500 spiritual value points. All the way to the 9th level, cultivating for 2 hours would require 5,000 spiritual value points. That price could be said to be terrifying. The first floor was the cheapest, so most people rented it, but the effect was the worst. Although it was said to be the worst, it was many times better than the spirit gathering array in the courtyard. When Lin Xian arrived at the first floor, he discovered that the spiritual qi on the first floor was at least twice that of his courtyard. As expected of an intermediate spirit gathering array, it was indeed powerful. If the first floor was already so powerful, he really didn't know what the 9th floor would be like. However, with his current wealth, he could not go to the 9th level. After calculating the spiritual value points in his hands, Lin Xian decided to go to the 2nd level. The passage was spiraling, and the walls on both sides were inlaid with luminous pearls, illuminating the spiritual tower. Lin Xian passed through the numerous academies and headed downwards. However, the path to the 2nd level was blocked. A figure was sitting cross-legged there, blocking the passage. It was a young man dressed in black. He had short hair, an aquiline nose, and a cold gaze. At this moment, he was sitting there with an evil smile on his face. In addition, there were a few students in front of him. They were injured and their faces were filled with anger. "What's going on?" Lin Xian frowned. "Fighting in the spirit gathering tower? Freshman?" Someone beside him asked. "I advise you not to go over, or else you'll end up like those people." Someone pointed at the injured students and said, "Why?" Lin Xian did not understand. The person beside him sighed and explained. "Entering the cultivation room requires spiritual value points, and the price is not cheap. However, some people don't have that many spiritual value points on them, or they don't want to spend the spiritual value points on them, so they can only use others." "Use others?" Lin Xian frowned. "You mean snatch?" "Snatch? You're right, but they don't dare to say that." The short-haired young man in black sneered. "You're quite bold, to dare to say snatch in front of me. Do you want to use the second level? If you want to use it, then come over. If you don't dare, then scram and hide in the first level forever. The short-haired young man snorted coldly, his words extremely arrogant. Doesn't the Academy care about this kind of thing? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. As long as no one dies, they usually don't care. That person sighed. The path of martial arts is filled with danger, and we're in the even more dangerous blood realm. If you can't even bear these things, then you'll only die outside. Hearing this, Lin Xian fell silent. Indeed, this was a world where the strong were respected. The Academy only provided resources and life insurance. Everything else needed to be fought for. Humph, after talking so much nonsense, do you dare or not? If you don't dare, then scram! Don't waste my feelings! The short-haired young man shouted coldly, his body emitting a powerful aura. Suddenly, many students around him changed their expressions and kept retreating. Freshmen, they're from the Greedy Wolf Gang. You'd better not provoke them. The person next to him kindly reminded him. Have they always been so arrogant? Lin Xian asked. The Greedy Wolf Gang is greedy, overbearing, and very cruel. You can say that they're a gangster organization, that person said. However, they have always been overbearing, but they have an exception. Exception? This time, Lin Xian didn't ask because he saw the exception that happened next. A figure entered from the entrance, passed through the crowd, and walked forward. The young man was in a white robe that was spotless. Although he didn't release any aura, he had a powerful aura, like a mountain that people looked up to. Seeing the young man in white, the short-haired young man sitting on the ground was stunned. Then, he quickly stood up and stepped aside to make way. Thud, thud, thud. The young man in white looked indifferent. He didn't even look at the short-haired young man and directly entered the next level. Throughout the entire process, the short-haired young man in black didn't say a word. He even looked a little nervous. Is this the exception? Lin Xian smiled. He finally knew what kind of people the Greedy Wolf Gang was. What Greedy Wolf Gang? It turns out that they're a bunch of trash that only bullies the weak. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. The surrounding crowd was shocked and looked at Lin Xian in a daze. Although they knew that was the case, no one dared to say it out loud. One had to know that the Greedy Wolf Gang was very cruel and terrifying. Whoosh! In the next moment, the surrounding students moved and distanced themselves from Lin Xian. Even the martial artist who warned him shook his head and left Lin Xian's side. He didn't want to be misunderstood. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Lin Xian sighed. The Greedy Wolf Gang had done a lot of evil. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so afraid. Kid, you're the first one who dares to insult the Greedy Wolf Gang to their face. The short-haired young man in black looked ferocious. I'll let you know that some words can't be said carelessly. Chapter 726. Kid, kneel down and admit your mistake. I might let you go. Otherwise, you're dead for sure if you offend the Greedy Wolf Gang. The short-haired young man in black said with killing intent. Hearing this voice, the injured students beside him trembled. They were injured because they were unconvinced and attacked. You're just a first-level venerable. I really don't know what you're so arrogant about. Lin Xian shook his head and walked forward. You're courting death. The short-haired young man in black roared angrily. No one dared to underestimate him like this. A freshman dared to provoke him. This was undoubtedly courting death. Although I can't kill you, I have a way to make you wish you were dead. The short-haired young man in black had a sinister expression as he revealed a cruel smile. If he killed Lin Xian and obtained the spiritual value points, he would have enough spiritual value points to allow him to cultivate on the second level for a few hours. Little rookie, I'll let you know the rules of Senma College. The surrounding students shook their heads and sighed. The other party was the Greedy Wolf Gang. If he went up, it was no different from courting death. Moreover, Lin Xian didn't seem to have any powerful aura. However, there were some new students who recognized Lin Xian. Isn't that the first place in the exam? Yeah, I remember him. He's very close to Murong Qingqing. I think his name is Lin Xian. Many people were discussing. First place in the exam. No wonder he's so arrogant? The short-haired young man in black was disdainful. First place in the exam and you think you're invincible? What a joke. Let me tell you, you rookies are nothing in front of me. You talk too much nonsense. Lin Xian frowned and quickened his pace. Kid, kneel down. The short-haired young man roared and waved his palm. In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted, and a powerful force surged along with the fist wind. The short-haired young man controlled the power very well. The power condensed together and rushed towards Lin Xian without spreading. Get lost! Lin Xian spat out a thunderous sound and also punched out. On his fist, golden lightning jumped, forming a dragon head that roared ferociously. Boom! The two collided, creating a deep sound that echoed in the tunnel. Suddenly, mysterious patterns appeared on the walls on both sides, emitting light and forming a light screen that protected the tower. The short-haired young man's body trembled, and he retreated continuously. Streaks of golden lightning coursed through his body, forming a powerful lightning force that numbed his entire body. What? Repelled! Everyone was shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. They did not expect that a freshman could actually beat back a member of the Ravenous Wolf gang with one punch. It was no wonder that the other party did not care at all and wanted to go to the second floor. It turned out that he was actually so powerful. The short-haired young man was equally shocked. His body trembled slightly as the golden electric arc slowed his movements. Spiritual energy surged within the short-haired young man's body, forming a spiritual energy shockwave that eliminated the lightning on his body. Then, he stared at Lin Xian. A biting cold murderous aura filled the air. The freshman in front of him had actually made him suffer a loss. As a member of the Greedy Wolf gang, he could not tolerate this. Brat, you'll regret this! Scram! Lin Xian shouted coldly, his voice like thunder. Everyone was shocked. This freshman was so terrifying. Why did it seem that he was even more arrogant than the members of the Greedy Wolf gang? The short-haired young man's face was gloomy. Although he had suffered a loss just now, it did not mean that he was inferior to Lin Xian. In the next moment, the spiritual energy in his body surged, and a purple halo appeared with a terrifying aura. Brat, this is my martial soul, Purple Destruction Halo. You should be proud that you were defeated by my martial soul. After displaying his purple ring martial soul, the short-haired young man had a domineering aura. Purple ripples appeared and spread in all directions like waves. They carried a terrifying power and surged toward Lin Xian. The surroundings became abnormally oppressive, making it difficult for people to breathe. Purple ring martial soul, this is what you rely on? Lin Xian sneered. Sword radiance flashed in his eyes, and suddenly, a fierce aura surged out, as if a peerless divine sword had been unsheathed, splitting the void. The surrounding people trembled, especially the martial artist who had warned Lin Xian. His eyes were wide open. He did not expect Lin Xian to have such strength. The fierce aura made his heart tremble, and he was unable to resist it. What is this, a martial soul? Why is it so fierce? Until now, he had not seen through Lin Xian's martial soul. The short-haired young man also felt Lin Xian's martial soul, and his face turned ugly. The fierce aura made his heart tremble, and he felt that he was unable to resist it. It felt as if there was a divine sword hanging above his head, and it would slash down at any moment. Sword of Summer, Sword of Great Waterfall! Lin Xian's fingers were like a sword, and they fell quickly. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the sky rolled, and countless sword chi surged, like a huge silver waterfall, surging without stopping. Every waterfall was formed by sword chi, and it was extremely fierce. The short-haired young man's pupils shrank. This sword was too exquisite, and its aura was extremely violent. However, its power was controlled within a certain range, and it did not cause any damage to the spirit-gathering pagoda. This kind of precise control was frightening. However, he would not sit still and wait for death. With a cold snort, The short-haired young man held the purple destruction halo and swung it forward. Suddenly, rays of purple destruction halo rushed forward, and it was terrifying and dazzling. Rumble, the two forces intertwined together. The waterfall was extremely fierce, and it tore the sky apart. The purple destruction halo had a destructive aura. However, Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul was too powerful, and its attack power was far beyond that of the same level. Other than second heaven honorable realm experts, no one could resist it. Rip! In an instant, the purple destruction halo that filled the sky was torn apart like a piece of cloth, and terrifying cracks appeared. How is this possible? The short-haired young man was terrified. How could his opponent's martial soul be so powerful? This aura had surpassed that of a first heaven honorable realm expert. Could he be a second heaven honorable realm expert? His heart trembled, and his mind went blank. He had never met such a powerful opponent in the same level as him. Bang! In the next instant, the sword chi condensed and slashed down quickly. No! The short-haired young man screamed, and he was so frightened that he could not stand still. He did not want to die. Buzz! The sword chi suddenly stopped, and it was only an inch away from the short-haired young man's body. The cold aura stimulated the short-haired young man's body, and he almost collapsed. Lin Xian defeated the short-haired young man easily, but he did not kill him. That was because killing was not allowed in Senmu College. Scram! Don't let me see you again! Lin Xian's voice was cold. The short-haired young man's face was gloomy. He had lost today, but he believed that Lin Xian would definitely not dare to kill him. Moreover, there were so many people here. If he left just like that, he would be tarnishing the reputation of the ravenous wolves. Don't be complacent. You won't have a good ending if you offend the ravenous wolves. You still dare to threaten me? Lin Xian smiled. It seemed that he had been merciful to the short-haired young man. Then, he waved his hand, and the sword chi became as soft as a whip, and it suddenly lashed down. Smack! The short-haired young man screamed and was sent flying. Bang! He crashed into the wall beside him, and countless defensive lights were activated. Plop! The short-haired young man fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked very miserable. Chapter 727. You dare to hurt me? The short-haired young man panted. You're dead meat. The greedy wolf gang won't let you off. If you don't get lost, I'll turn you into a dead wolf. Lin Xian raised his arm and a terrifying sword radiance flashed. Brat, just you wait. This isn't over. The short-haired young man saw Lin Xian's actions and his face turned ugly. He stood up with difficulty and quickly left the first floor. The surrounding crowd was shocked. This freshman is so strong! Not only was he strong, but he was also not afraid of the greedy wolf gang. However, the greedy wolf gang would not let him off easily. Lin Xian is so strong! The freshmen who were bullied were equally shocked. There were so many of them, but they could not defeat the short-haired young man. However, Lin Xian defeated him in one move. The gap was too big. Lin Xian, since you're so strong, why don't you form an organization and gather the freshmen so that we won't be bullied? Some freshmen said. They hoped to have a strong backer. Yes, yes. Hearing those words, those people also echoed in agreement. Lin Xian turned around and looked at the freshmen. Many of them were injured. I have the idea of forming an organization, but I want real martial artists, not cowards. You can be weak, but you can't be weak. If you're not strong enough, you can still cultivate. But once you lose that hot-blooded and fearless heart of courage, you can never find it again, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. We're not weak, the freshman retorted. Yes, what right do you have to say that about us? Everyone knows whether you're weak or not, but I'll give you a chance. Gather here in 3 days and prove your courage to me. This is your only chance to join my organization. Gather in 3 days? Why? The crowd was puzzled. Weren't you bullied by the greedy wolf gang? Fight back in 3 days. After that, Lin Xian turned around and entered the second floor. What? Retaliating against greed? Is there something wrong with Lin Xian's brain? Lunatic, he's definitely a lunatic. Many people sneered. Although the greedy wolf was greedy and cruel, he was extremely powerful. He was definitely not someone that a new student could shake. Sigh, this fellow is too arrogant. I'm afraid he's going to suffer a huge setback. Many senior students shook their heads and sighed. The freshmen were silent. They couldn't afford to offend Tan Lang, but they wouldn't admit it directly. They could only start mocking Lin Xian. Humph, this Lin Xian is too hateful. What right does he have to say that about us? That's right. Didn't you just defeat a senior? Do you really think you're number one among the freshmen? If he doesn't want us, we can go find someone else. I think that Zhou Su is very strong, definitely stronger than Lin Xian. That's right. There's also Murong Qingqing, Dongfang Phoenix, and the others. I think they'll all form societies. Moreover, they're all beauties. It's definitely a great blessing to be able to join such a society. Not only do we have to join the new student societies, we can also apply to join the older student societies. There are so many clubs in the academy. It's more than enough to accommodate us. That's right. Why are you still fighting the greedy wolves? Do you think the greedy wolves are so easy to fight? Many of the older powers don't dare to do so. He's just a freshman. What right does he have to say that? I think he just wants us to be cannon fodder. He definitely doesn't have good intentions. Humph, let's go. Many people felt uncomfortable being reprimanded by Lin Xian, so they said coldly. However, there were still some people whose eyes flickered. They seriously thought about Lin Xian's words and prepared to come here in 3 days. Lin Xian didn't know what these people were thinking. He did need some people, but what he wanted were those brave and powerful warriors, not students who were afraid of anything. Therefore, he asked those people to come here in 3 days. If no one came, then forget it. That would prove that those people were weak. If they dared to come, no matter what the outcome of this battle was, he would accept them. In fact, Lin Xian didn't even plan to let those people make a move. After putting this matter aside, Lin Xian went to the second floor. There were obviously fewer people on the second floor. After all, 1,000 spiritual value points for 2 hours was not something that anyone could afford. However, the spiritual energy here was much denser than above. Lin Xian estimated that it was more than twice as strong. Compared to his courtyard, it was nearly 3 times stronger. As expected of an intermediate spirit gathering array. It's indeed a good place. After finding an empty cultivation room, Lin Xian entered 1,000 spiritual value points and entered. There was also a small spirit gathering array in the cultivation room, so the spiritual energy was even stronger than outside. Lin Xian did not waste any time and cultivated with all his might. At the same time, he also consumed spirit wine, 1,000-year-old spirit herbs and so on, allowing his cultivation speed to reach its maximum. 2 hours passed quickly and Lin Xian came out with satisfaction. These 2 hours of cultivation were equivalent to more than a month of cultivation in the outside world. Although he had spent 1,000 spiritual value points, it was very worth it. After leaving the cultivation room, Lin Xian looked at the spiritual value card and sighed. He did not have much spiritual value points left, so he could only accept a few missions. Just as Lin Xian was accepting missions and earning spirit stones, Senma College was in an uproar. The reason was that Lin Xian had injured a member of the Greedy Wolf gang in the Intermediate Spirit Gathering Tower and had said that he would lead the freshmen to counterattack in 3 days. Injuring a member of the Greedy Wolf gang was already shocking enough. One had to know that the members of the Greedy Wolf gang were cruel and vengeful people. Offending them would definitely not end well. However, not only did Lin Xian offend them, he even wanted to counterattack. This was going against the Greedy Wolf gang. However, could a freshman like him defeat the Greedy Wolf gang? No one thought that Lin Xian would succeed. Everyone thought that it was just a pretentious act. Perhaps he just wanted to increase his fame. After all, there were such people in the past. Many people treated this matter as a joke and did not take it to heart. However, the members of the Greedy Wolf gang were furious. They would not allow anyone to step on their heads. Therefore, for the battle in 3 days, these people were prepared to teach Lin Xian a lesson. Moreover, they wanted to let everyone know how powerful the Greedy Wolf gang was. In their eyes, they could only bully others. No one could bully them. Yan Qingyang and the others also heard the news. Many of the Dao Spirit gang laughed. This Lin Xian is really an idiot. Without waiting for us to find him, he actually provoked the Greedy Wolf gang himself. I'm afraid that kid is going to be unlucky this time. Just right, let the Greedy Wolf gang get rid of that kid. Yan Qingyang and the others were ready to watch the show. It's not just them. Xin Yaotian, Zhou Su, and the other freshmen are also watching the show. They know that Lin Xian is going to be unlucky this time. Murong Qingqing was a little worried. Although she knew that Lin Xian was strong, the notoriety of the Greedy Wolf gang was widespread in Senma College. Therefore, she was worried that Lin Xian would be at a disadvantage. When Lin Xian finally returned from his mission, Murong Qingqing immediately went up to him. Coming back with a beauty to accompany me. Life is really wonderful. Lin Xian looked at the beauty walking over and chuckled. You're still in the mood to laugh at a time like this? Murong Qingqing was worried. Chapter 728. You're still in the mood to joke at a time like this? Murong Qingqing said worriedly. Why? Did something big happen? Lin Xian was puzzled. Murong Qingqing sighed. He was so anxious, but the other party didn't know anything. Of course it's about you and greed. Oh, you mean that? Why? Did they surrender? Hey, can you speak normally? Murong Qingqing's face was slightly cold. Do you know greed's strength? Do you know who they will send this time? Seeing Lin Xian shake his head, Murong Qingqing said angrily. You don't know anything and you dare to accept the challenge? Don't worry, Lin Xian said with a smile. Although I don't know their strength, I know that the people on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard won't make a move. After all, those people will care about their reputation. They won't make a move for a freshman. Otherwise, even if they win, their reputation will be tarnished. You know quite well. Murong Qingqing snorted. That's enough. As long as those people don't make a move, it's useless no matter how many others come, Lin Xian said confidently. All right, it seems that you're confident, Murong Qingqing said. Since that's the case, I won't care. However, I have to remind you that although those people won't make a move against you now, once you enter the honorable realm in the future, I'm afraid that those people will come looking for trouble with you. Honorable realm? Lin Xian became even more confident. I'm afraid that at that time, it's not certain who will be looking for trouble with whom. After bidding farewell to Murong Qingqing, Lin Xian returned to the courtyard. This time, he had accepted 2 missions and obtained 5,000 spiritual value points. He could enter the Spirit Gathering Tower again. As for the battle 3 days later, he really didn't care about it. Now, with the improvement of his 4-season sword technique, a first heaven honorable realm martial artist was no match for him. If he used his full strength, he could also contend against a second heaven honorable realm martial artist. Therefore, Lin Xian was very indifferent. He continued comprehending the 4-season sword technique while cultivating the longevity art. 3 days passed quickly. On this day, Lin Xian came out of seclusion and headed for the intermediate Spirit Gathering Tower. Along the way, many people pointed at him and whispered. Some people even chuckled. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. There was no need to explain now. Soon, the results would naturally slap them in the face. When he arrived at the Spirit Gathering Tower, he rolled his eyes. There were even more people here to watch the show, 5 times more than usual. It seemed that the news had already spread. At this moment, there were 8 new students standing in front of the passage, their bodies trembling slightly. On the opposite side was a group of martial artists in black. Each of them had a ferocious look on their faces, and their bodies emitted a terrifying aura. They looked at the 8 freshmen in front of them with mocking expressions. Rookies, you actually dare to accept the challenge. You're really F***king stupid. Wait a moment, I'll teach you how to behave properly. The members of the Greedy Wolf gang laughed wildly. The surrounding martial artists were also discussing animatedly. Many of the freshmen sneered. Idiots, they really came to accept the challenge. Are these people crazy? Humph, it's all that Lin Xian's fault. He just had to provoke us. It's over now. I think that Lin guy was just talking nonsense. Didn't you see that he hasn't shown up yet? That's right. He's the coward. Those who spoke sarcastically were those who were bullied by the Greedy Wolf gang but did not dare to accept the challenge. Lin Xian sneered when he heard those discussions. Those people would always be lowly weaklings. However, the 8 people in the hall surprised him. Although they were trembling, they did not take a step back. Not bad. Although you're a little weak, your courage is commendable. You're a talent that can be molded. Lin Xian was satisfied. Humph, you're just small fries. Where's that Lin Xian? Get him out here. Weren't you very arrogant before? Why don't you dare to come out now? Just a piece of trash. How dare you provoke the Greedy Wolf gang? I think you don't know how to spell the word death. I think you're the ones who don't know how to spell the word death. A cold voice rang out, clearly entering everyone's ears. Everyone's expression changed when they heard that voice. Everyone's expression was different. Most of the onlookers were surprised. They did not expect Lin Xian to really come. However, most of them were not optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. The 8 freshmen in the hall heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian did not lie to them. He really came. They had mustered up a lot of courage to stand there. They did not want to be bullied for the rest of their lives. Just now, they were under a lot of pressure. It was something they had never experienced before in their lives. The people from the Greedy Wolf gang opposite them were all extremely powerful. Their murderous auras were shocking. Facing such a group of people, they were on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, Lin Xian appeared. The faces of the people from the Greedy Wolf gang darkened. Their eyes were cold as they stared ahead. You're that arrogant Lin Xian? One of the young men stood out and asked sternly. He was the leader this time. His name was Liu Mo. His strength was at the peak of first-level Venerable Realm. Coupled with his rich combat experience and powerful treasured weapon, he could be said to be very powerful. He could even compete with a second-level Venerable Realm. Sending such a powerful martial artist to intimidate the crowd was enough to show the Greedy Wolf gang's anger. They had to severely punish Lin Xian this time. Intimidate everyone. Arrogant? Compared to the Greedy Wolf gang, I'm afraid this is nothing. Lin Xian sneered. Brother Mo, it's him. The short-haired young man beside him gritted his teeth and said. Previously, he was beaten away by Lin Xian and almost became the laughingstock of the academy. This time, he had to save face. Kid, I've said it before. If you offend the Greedy Wolf gang, you're dead meat. You, and all of you, are dead meat. The short-haired young man pointed at Lin Xian and the 8 people in the square. He was extremely arrogant. Kid, we're all students. I don't want to make things difficult for you. If you're willing to kneel down and kowtow 100 times and become the slaves of the Greedy Wolf gang, I'll spare you this time. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Li Mo's voice became cold. Did you hear that? Kneel down and kowtow, and call us grandpa. The short-haired young man was extremely arrogant. He strode out and pointed at the 8 people in the square with a sinister smile. The 8 people were furious and their eyes were red. A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. Bang! At this moment, a figure appeared in front of them. Then, a powerful spiritual force erupted and kicked the short-haired young man away. Boom! The short-haired young man crashed into the wall like a meteor, and the entire spiritual tower shook non-stop. This kick was too powerful. At least 5 or 6 of his ribs were broken. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian. He actually attacked. The crowd was boiling. This was too crazy. He really attacked the greedy wolf gang. The 8 people in the square were also stunned. They felt the blood in their bodies boiling. There was so much nonsense. Now it was quiet. Lin Xian said with his hands behind his back. Kid, you dare to attack? You're courting death. Liemo was furious. Go. As long as he doesn't die, you can beat him however you want. Kid, you've angered me. No one can save you. Liemo stared at Lin Xian and his spiritual force erupted. Chapter 729. Lin Xian suddenly attacked and injured the short-haired young man again, causing a commotion. Of course, the people from the Greedy Wolf gang were the angriest. Following Li Mo's order, the 10 members of the Greedy Wolf gang behind him quickly rushed out. Each of them was as powerful as a primordial wolf. This time, the Greedy Wolf gang sent out a total of 12 people, with Li Mo as the leader. The short-haired young man had been kicked away by Lin Xian and had lost his ability to fight, so there were only 10 of them left. However, in everyone's opinion, the 10 of them were enough. One should know that the 10 of them were seniors. It would be easy for them to deal with a group of freshmen. Moreover, putting everything else aside, the Greedy Wolf gang had obtained a huge advantage in terms of numbers. Looking at the members of the Greedy Wolf gang, the 8 of them held their breaths. They knew that the result of this battle would be tragic, but they would not back down. Can you deal with the 5 of you? Lin Xian suddenly said. 5? Everyone was stunned, not understanding what he meant. However, the 8 of them came to their senses and kept nodding. 8 against 5. Even if they could not defeat them, they could at least hold them back. But what about the rest of them? Is Lin Xian going to fight them all alone? The 8 of them did not dare to imagine. However, they did not have time to think because Lin Xian had already made his move. He waved his palm, and the fierce wind from his palm split the 10 people who were rushing over into 2 groups. Each group was made up of 5 people. When the 8 of them saw that, they all moved and ran toward the 5 people closest to them. Their eyes shone with excitement as they used all their strength to stop the 5 people. Lin Xian, on the other hand, stopped the other 5. What? 1 against 5? Did he want to die? When everyone saw that, they immediately exclaimed. Humph, what an idiot! Trying to be a hero at this time. The people from the Dao Spirit Gang sneered. The challenge this time alarmed many people. The Dao Spirit Gang, Murong Qingqing, Xin Yaotian, and the others all came. When the 5 people from the Greedy Wolf Gang saw that, they laughed ferociously. Kid, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? How dare you challenge the 5 of us? Cripple him and make him suffer a fate worse than death. The 5 of them grinned maliciously and quickly attacked. Just the 5 of you are not worthy of me making a move, Lin Xian said coldly. Then, he slapped his storage pouch and summoned the Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey. Yo, Ben Huang is here! The Crimson Dragon shouted. Come, come, come! Ben Huang will teach you how to behave! The little Snow White Monkey also held the lightning whip and cheered excitedly. Spirit Beast? You can even talk? Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a magical spirit beast. But even so, it was impossible to stop the 5 of them. But in the next moment, they were stunned. The Crimson Dragon waved its claws, and while talking and laughing, it set up a formation that enveloped the 5 of them. Suddenly, countless wind blades, lightning bolts, and fireballs flew over with terrifying momentum. That power was enough to threaten a venerable one. The 5 of them were shocked and hurriedly resisted. Little guy, you don't have to do anything. Let me do it! The Crimson Dragon roared. It had been holding back for too long and urgently needed to vent. Wuji, the little Snow White Monkey, was dissatisfied and jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder. Seeing that the 10 people he sent out were all trapped and unable to do anything, Li Mo's expression was very ugly. He stared at Lin Xian and decided to attack. A powerful aura burst forth and swept in all directions. Li Mo's cultivation had reached the peak of first-level venerable. He was very powerful, and his attack caused everyone to exclaim in surprise. Die, brat! Liemo clenched his fist and condensed a long, flaming saber, which he slashed down. The flames burned fiercely, and the terrifying heat wave distorted the void. So terrifying! I'm afraid that Lin Xian won't be able to take it. He's dead for sure! Many people sneered. However, in the next moment, the little snow-white monkey's figure flashed, and it instantly appeared beside Liemo and slapped down. Buzz! Liemo's head was dizzy. He was stunned on the spot, and the flaming saber in his hand was quickly extinguished. Whoosh! Lin Xian took a step forward. Martial path sword chi appeared on his 5 fingers. It was incomparably soft like a willow ribbon. In an instant, it wrapped around Liemo. The martial path sword chi seemed soft, but it contained the power of the dragon sword soul, so it was incomparably spiritual. Crack, crack, crack! The armor on Liemo's body shattered, and the 5 sword chi left terrifying sword wounds on his body. Blood spread wildly and instantly dyed his body red. Liemo struggled frantically, trying to release his martial soul. However, the moment he activated the spiritual power in his body, the 5 sword chi became even tighter, and all of them pierced into his muscles. If you dare to move again, I guarantee that your body will definitely become 5 pieces, Lin Xian sneered. Hearing this, Liemo's body trembled, and he did not dare to move. He was very aggrieved. He was knocked out before he could release his martial soul, and now he was in this state. At the same time, he was extremely frightened because Lin Xian was too strange. He had subdued all of them in an instant. Everyone stop! Liemo roared. His voice was like thunder. Immediately, everyone stopped and retreated to the sides. The 8 freshmen were shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to win. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. It was too shocking. Lin Xian had defeated the Greedy Wolf Gang's team by himself. At this moment, screams came from the Crimson Dragon's array. It was so miserable that it made everyone's hair stand on end. The faces of the Greedy Wolf Gang members changed as they looked at Lin Xian in horror. Not only did a freshman subdue them, but he also defeated their team leader in one move. Such means were terrifying. Stop, we admit defeat! Hearing the screams, Liemo roared crazily. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the Crimson Dragon immediately stopped. It removed the array, revealing the 5 miserable members of the Greedy Wolf Gang. This time, we admit defeat! Liemo gritted his teeth and said. However, he had no choice but to lower his head in the current situation. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and speechless for a long time. The ferocious Greedy Wolf Gang was defeated by a freshman. It was too shocking. Especially the people from the Tao Spirit Association. Their eyes were wide open, unable to believe the scene in front of them. Is this guy really a freshman? Many people's hearts trembled. Murong Qingqing was also surprised. She knew that Lin Xian would win, but she did not expect him to win so easily. 2 mystical spirit beasts! How many secrets does this guy have? Admit defeat? That's it. Lin Xian sneered when he heard Liemo's words. What do you want? Liemo gritted his teeth and said. Humph, you are now a captive. Watch your attitude. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Immediately, the 5 sword chi on Liemo's body became even sharper, piercing Liemo until he screamed again. What do you want? Liemo said weakly. This time, he was no longer angry. How many spiritual value points were stolen from you? Lin Xian turned his head and asked. 1,700, 500. The 8 of them answered excitedly. They knew that Lin Xian was standing up for them. Did you hear that? The spiritual value points that were stolen from them will be returned double. Lin Xian looked at the Greedy Wolf Gang and said sternly. Chapter 730. The spiritual value points that were stolen from them will be returned double. Lin Xian's words echoed in the passageway, causing the 8 people behind him to be extremely excited. Domineering, too domineering. He had vented his hatred, Originally, They had been robbed of their spiritual value points by the Greed Gang and thought that they would never be able to take revenge in this lifetime. Who would have thought that in just 3 days, they would be able to trample the enemy under their feet? Furthermore, they had obtained double the spiritual value points. All of this was thanks to Lin Xian. "Brother Xian, I'll follow you for the rest of my life." "Yes, Brother Xian, accept us." The 8 of them were excited and their bodies trembled. "All right, the 8 of you will be my brothers from now on." Lin Xian was also filled with pride. He wanted to establish an organization that belonged to him within Senmu College, the Dragon Sword Pavilion. "Now go and collect your spiritual value points." "Yes, sir." The 8 of them roared excitedly. Just like before, they did not dare to make a move. However, it was different now. With Lin Xian, even if they were to face the ferocious Greedy Wolf Gang, they would still dare to fight. Very quickly, they retrieved double the spiritual value points from the 12 members of the Greedy Wolf Gang. As for Lin Xian, he took away their storage rings. During this period of time, there was a member of the Greedy Wolf Gang who wanted to resist. In the end, when Lin Xian's sword spirit pierced into his body, no one dared to resist. Lin Xian did not feel uncomfortable doing this. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If he was the one who failed today, he believed that his outcome would be even worse. Not only would he lose everything, but he would also lose face. Therefore, if he was not ruthless, the enemy would be ruthless to him. The surrounding people were shocked. Lin Xian was the first person who dared to bully the Greedy Wolf Gang like this. Especially the freshmen. They were all dumbstruck. They were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Previously, they had been bullied by the Greedy Wolf Gang like the other 8. However, they did not have the courage to face it. They could only make sarcastic remarks in the crowd. But now, Lin Xian had really done it. Not only did he defeat the teams sent by the Greedy Wolf Gang, he even helped the 8 of them take revenge. Double spiritual value points. Many people were envious. At that moment, a few thick-skinned people quickly stood out and shouted at Lin Xian, "Brother Xian, accept me!" As soon as these words were spoken, many new students immediately stood up and looked at Lin Xian with eager eyes. Seeing those people's flattering performance, the 8 people beside him also showed disdain. Why didn't they come out when they were facing greed? Now that Lin Xian had won, they wanted to join. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Seeing these people jump out, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. He knew that these people had mocked him in the crowd before. Looking around, Lin Xian said in a clear voice, "You want to join? Sure, do you see the greedy wolves? Go beat them up and you can join." "What? Beat them up?" Everyone was stunned, and their minds went blank. Those people were from the Greedy Wolf Association. Although they lost to Lin Xian this time, it didn't mean that they could be bullied. Especially those new students who jumped out, they were so regretful that their intestines turned green. F***ck, why am I so cheap, jumping out at this time? Many people felt bitter in their hearts. They didn't dare to hit the Greedy Wolf Association's people. However, if they retreated at this time, it would mean that they were greedy for life and afraid of death, opportunistic villains. At that time, they would become the target of everyone's contempt. Therefore, for a moment, they were in a dilemma. "Humph, cowardly rats, I knew you wouldn't dare!" The 8 disciples sneered. Hearing this, the faces of the cultivators who stood out turned red, and they slipped into the crowd dejectedly. Of course, there were also a few who weren't afraid of death and really went up to kick the people from the Greedy Wolf Association. F***ck, kid, you're dead meat! Liemo and the others roared crazily. "Brother, from today onwards, we are brothers!" Lin Xian said to the 3 of them. "Brother Xian, we are the 3 Hao brothers!" The eldest of the 3 said. "Brother Xian, what is the name of our organization?" "Dragon Sword Pavilion." Then, Lin Xian said in a clear voice, "I, Lin Xian, today established the Dragon Sword Pavilion. I welcome all the outstanding and brave students to join." Hearing this, the new students who had just joined cheered while the others rolled their eyes. What a joke, at this juncture, who would dare to join? Lin Xian had beaten up the Greedy Wolf Association today. The other party would definitely retaliate, so no one dared to join at this time. Humph, what Dragon Sword Pavilion? Just watch, it won't be long before it disintegrates. The people from Dao Ling Association sneered. Yan Qingyang's face was also gloomy. The current situation made him very unhappy. Humph! He snorted and left with the people from Dao Ling Association. Murong Qingqing was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Lin Xian to establish his own organization, which surprised her. Originally, she wanted to establish an organization in the academy and pull Lin Xian in, but now it seemed impossible. Humph, I won't admit defeat. Murong Qingqing snorted. Since she couldn't pull Lin Xian in, she would join. Me too, I want to join too, Murong Qingqing said. Then, she quickly walked to Lin Xian's side. What? Murong Qingqing wants to join too. Everyone was stunned, then their eyes burned with passion. However, at this juncture, they definitely wouldn't join. They could only wait for an opportunity in the future. When the three Hao brothers saw Murong Qingqing, they exclaimed, Brother Xian is amazing, he managed to rope in a beauty so quickly. Why are you joining in the fun? Lin Xian was helpless. Why can't I join? Murong Qingqing snorted. Then, she walked in front of Lian Mo and casually kicked him twice. How is it? I'm qualified, right? Hearing this, Lian Mo wanted to cry but had no tears. He even had the heart to die. Lin Xian had no choice but to agree. Then, he let go of the members of the Greedy Wolf gang. Scram, don't let me see you again! Let's go! Lian Mo stood up and quickly left with his group of underlings. However, he secretly swore in his heart that he would definitely take revenge. All right, let's find a place for the meeting. Lin Xian opened a cultivation room on the first floor and let everyone in. This time, things were going quite smoothly. Not only did he teach the Greedy Wolf gang a lesson, but he also recruited many students. His Dragon Sword Pavilion finally settled down in Senmu College. Among the 11 new students, 6 of them were at the first level of the Venerable Realm, and 5 of them were half-step Venerable Realm cultivators. They could be said to be geniuses in the outside world, but in Senmu College, they were very ordinary. That was because there were too many monsters here. Any one of them was at the first level of the Venerable Realm. However, Lin Xian didn't underestimate them. Being able to enter Senmu College was enough to show that they were extraordinary. Moreover, these people's aptitudes weren't bad. They could be said to be geniuses. It was just that in terms of resources, they weren't as good as those monsters. Lin Xian believed that when these people grew up, they would definitely be powerful. The 3 Hao brothers, Hao De, Hao Er, and Hao San, had all reached the first level of the Venerable Realm. Their strength was not bad. As for the other 8 people, 3 of them had reached the first level of the Venerable Realm. They were Song Ming, Liang Wei, and Wang Li. Lin Xian gave them some pills and told them to accept missions to earn spiritual value points and increase their cultivation. At the same time, Lin Xian also gave them some spiritual herbs and told them to collect more on a daily basis. Chapter 731. Boss, why are you collecting these spiritual herbs? Song Ming was puzzled. It can't be for alchemy, right? Liang Wei guessed. Correct. Lin Xian smiled. But we don't have an inscription, master. Everyone scratched their heads. Don't worry, I'll do it, Lin Xian said. Your boss is an all-rounder. Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened and they were extremely excited. Even Murong Qingqing was surprised. She never knew that Lin Xian knew how to refine pills. This guy is too mysterious. Murong Qingqing gritted her teeth. All right, you guys go and take action. I also want to break through to the Venerable Realm as soon as possible. Boss, it's not possible to break through in a short period of time using the Spirit Gathering Array, Wang Li said. I know 2 ways that can help you break through in a short period of time. Oh, which 2? Lin Xian asked. The first is the little spirit pill. It can allow warriors below the Venerable Realm to directly increase their cultivation by 1 level. The second is the Flaming Mountain. It contains terrifying spiritual energy and can definitely allow warriors to break through in a short period of time. However, that place is very dangerous. If boss wants to go, you must be well prepared. Little spirit pill, Flaming Mountain, Lin Xian whispered. Then, he took out the spirit tablet and found the introduction of the little spirit pill on it. 20,000 spiritual value points. Lin Xian frowned. It was really expensive. However, this method was feasible. He pondered in his heart. He was currently at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. Using the little spirit pill, he could directly reach the half-step Venerable Realm. Then, he would head to the Flaming Mountain to cultivate and break through to the Venerable Realm in one go. This was definitely the fastest way to break through at the moment. All right, let's do it. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. I'll go and break through. You guys should also hurry up and increase your cultivation. Then, everyone left the spirit gathering tower. How did you get 20,000 spiritual value points? Murong Qingchen asked. Do you want me to lend you some? Forget it. If I owe you a debt, I won't be able to refuse your requests in the future. Lin Xian shook his head. Humph, you don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Forget it if you don't want it. Murong Qingchen snorted. I want to see how you will obtain 20,000 spiritual value points. 20,000 spiritual value points was not a small amount for the current freshmen. Even if they were to do missions, they would have to do at least a dozen of them. This didn't include the time consumption of the journey, so according to conventional methods, it was impossible to complete it in a short period of time. What Lin Xian lacked the most right now was time. Can I complete it in one go? Lin Xian pondered. Then, he walked towards the mission hall to see if there were any high-difficulty missions. Lin Xian skipped past the ordinary missions and the special missions on the black mission crystal that was 300 meters tall. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows as he discovered something. Operation Beheading. The Hunyuan Han Tu Tian has committed many evil deeds and killed countless innocent people. Now, a kill order has been issued. Whoever obtains Tu Tian's head will be rewarded with 27,000 spiritual value points. So high! Lin Xian's interest was piqued. However, when he saw the information below, he frowned. Below the mission, there were 3 golden stars. Behind them was an introduction. Lin Xian discovered that this Hunyuan Han, Tu Tian, was actually a second-level venerable. Furthermore, he had a top-grade spirit artifact in his hand. It could be said that he was extremely powerful. After pondering for a long time, Lin Xian decided to accept the mission. What? You want to accept the beheading mission? The deacon of the mission hall was stunned. He stared at Lin Xian intently without stopping. No matter how he looked at it, the other party did not have a powerful cultivation and was a freshman. That's a 3-star mission. Have you read the information on it? Yes, Lin Xian said. The difficulty of a 3-star mission is very high. Furthermore, the Hunyuan Han is extremely ferocious and has killed more than one disciple of the academy. Even so, you still want to accept it? Accept, Lin Xian said firmly. Since you insist, all right. The deacon sighed. However, he still allowed Lin Xian to accept the mission. The surrounding students were discussing in low voices. Many of them were mocking and ridiculing him. This guy, has he gone crazy from thinking about spiritual value points? That's right. The Hunyuan Han is a second-level venerable. I'm afraid that only those experts on the mysterious venerable leaderboard can deal with it. That guy obviously hasn't entered the mysterious venerable leaderboard yet, he still dares to accept it. Isn't that arrogant freshman? I heard that he hasn't even reached the venerable realm. What? Everyone was shocked. Then they sneered. He's definitely dead. The Hunyuan Han was in Lion Moon City, which was not far from Heavenly Pool City. There were 5 cities around Heavenly Pool City and Lion Moon City was one of them. Lin Xian sped all the way to Lion Moon City. However, he did not enter directly. Instead, he stopped in the forest outside the city. Then, he summoned the Crimson Dragon and the two of them began to discuss countermeasures. The reason why Lin Xian dared to accept this mission was because the Crimson Dragon had mastered many formations. With his strength and the power of the formation, he should be able to kill the Hun Yuan hand. However, this formation needed to be properly set up. Kid, I have a killing formation in my hands called the 10 Directions Remnant Light Formation. If I can set it up, I'll definitely be able to kill that Hun Yuan hand. The Crimson Dragon patted its chest and said, Are you sure? Lin Xian stared at the Crimson Dragon and asked. This Rizalong was often unreliable. He had to ask clearly. F***ck, kid, what do you mean? How dare you doubt Ben Wang? The Crimson Dragon was unhappy. Just you wait. When Ben Wang sets up the 10 Directions Remnant Light Formation, you'll definitely be scared to death. However, this formation's level is quite high, and it requires a large amount of materials to set it up. Take whatever you want. Lin Xian threw out the storage ring. Then, the Crimson Dragon took out a large pile of medium spiritual stones and many strange materials from the storage ring. Fortunately, Lin Xian was rich and had all kinds of strange materials. Otherwise, it would be impossible for anyone else to set it up. Then, the Crimson Dragon began to set up the formation carefully. This formation was very complicated and needed to be inscribed with formation runes. Moreover, each formation rune was extremely complicated and could not be made a single mistake. Even with Lin Xian's knowledge and cultivation, he felt dizzy after seeing the inscription formation. One day later, the Crimson Dragon finally finished setting up the 10 Directions Remnant Light Formation. Kid, you don't believe me, right? Do you want to come and see? The Crimson Dragon said with a provocative look. Okay, I'll take the opportunity to see the power of this formation. Lin Xian walked over. As soon as he entered the formation, the Crimson Dragon laughed sinisterly and quickly activated the formation. In the next moment, an unusually fierce, murderous aura appeared in the surroundings. Rays of terrifying sword chi slashed toward Lin Xian. At that moment, Lin Xian's hair stood on end. The power of wind and thunder surged behind him, and the wind and thunder wings appeared. He moved quickly, leaving behind an afterimage. This formation is so terrifying! Lin Xian came out of the formation with lingering fear. Although he had only been there for a moment, the terrifying power made him fearful. The sword chi formed by the formation was not weaker than his sword chi at all. It could definitely threaten a second-level venerable. This is nothing! The Crimson Dragon was proud. Kid, let me tell you, this is only the simplified version of the 10 Directions Remnant Light Formation. The real one can definitely kill all 10 directions. It's more than enough to deal with that mixed yuan hand. Okay, when the time comes, I'll lure him into the formation. You control the formation, and we'll attack together, Lin Xian said. Then, the Crimson Dragon set up an illusion formation to hide the 10 Directions Remnant Light Formation. A man and a dragon quickly rushed toward Lian Moon City. Chapter 732. Wang Shi was a disciple of the Wang family. He got out of bed early in the morning and went to the martial arts field to practice. Not long ago, he obtained the heart of the blood flame rat in the forest. After returning, he stimulated his bloodline and broke through to the half-step honorable realm. As long as he worked hard, he believed that he would soon reach the honorable realm. I must be like my benefactor and become a powerful martial artist. A figure appeared in Wang Shi's mind. It was a young man about 18 or 19 years old. He wore a blue robe and held a golden bow in his hand. He looked like a god of war. It was that figure who easily killed several blood flame rats. Not only did he save their lives, but he also left the hearts of the blood flame rats to them. It was because of those hearts that the Wang family was able to create several half-step honorables this time. I must become strong and protect the family. I can't let the Blood Yuan gang bully the family. Clang! 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 Suddenly, a series of urgent bell chimes rang out. Oh no, it's the bell of war. The family is in danger. Is the Blood Yuan gang here? Wang Shi's expression changed and he quickly rushed to the central square. Not only him, but countless disciples of the Wang family also gathered quickly. Uncle Wang, what's the matter? Wang Shi asked anxiously. The Blood Yuan gang is here. They want us to hand over the elixir pavilion. What? Damn the Blood Yuan gang, they're attacking our family's important business. Wang Shi's small face was cold. The disciples of the Wang family nearby were furious. The Wang family was good at alchemy. It turned out that they were a big family in Lion Moon City. However, since the Blood Yuan gang came, the Wang family was targeted and suppressed everywhere. Now, the Blood Yuan gang wanted to swallow the Wang family's property. They tried their best to resist, but many of their elders were killed. They couldn't resist at all. Because the Blood Yuan gang had a powerful and cruel leader, Mixed Yuan Hand, Tu Tian. Not only had his cultivation reached the second-level honorable realm, but he also had a top-grade spiritual artifact in his hand. He was very powerful. Humph, even if we die, we can't hand our family over to the Blood Yuan gang. Everyone was furious. Ha ha ha, Wang family, have you thought about it? Suddenly, a burst of wild laughter came from the sky, rolling over like thunder. Then, a figure appeared in the sky. It was a large man with a tall and sturdy figure. He had a full beard and a vicious glint in his eyes. He was like an ancient ferocious beast, staring cruelly at the people of the Wang family below. Behind him were more than a dozen first-rank supremacies who were looking down with mocking expressions. Countless members of the Blood Yuan gang appeared and completely surrounded the Wang family. Old man Wang, have you made up your mind? I don't have much patience. Mixed Yuan Hand Tu Tian said coldly. My Wang clan's foundation will never be given to you. Just give up. A white-haired old man appeared. He was the patriarch of the Wang clan. Stubborn. Seeing the other party's resistance, Heaven Slaughter's face immediately sank. Old man, I saw that your Wang clan has some alchemy skills, so I didn't kill you. Do you really think I'm so benevolent? Now I'll give you a chance. Either you surrender to me and become a subordinate of the Blood Yuan gang. Either all of you die, and the entire Wang family will disappear from Lion Moon City. You better think it through. Heaven Slaughter's eyes shone fiercely, and his body emitted a shocking murderous aura. Old man, you better think it through. Thousands of lives of the Wang clan are in your hands. Make your choice quickly, or your Wang clan will be annihilated. The experts of the Blood Yuan gang threatened coldly. You've gone too far. Do you really think my Wang clan is easy to bully? Below, the people of the Wang clan were furious. The patriarch of the Wang clan was also angry. His robe fluttered, and he quickly rushed into the sky like a meteor. You've gone too far, I'll fight it out with you. The patriarch of the Wang clan quickly rushed out and attacked Heaven Slaughtering. You're overestimating yourself. Heaven Slaughtering snorted coldly and quickly threw out a punch to meet the patriarch of the Wang clan. Terrifying energy exploded like a demonic cloud, spreading in all directions. The patriarch of the Wang clan and Heaven Slaughtering were fighting. Bang bang! However, not long after, a low sound was heard. The patriarch of the Wang clan flew out and smashed the pavilion below. A terrifying deep pit was formed on the ground. Patriarch. The people of the Wang clan were terrified and rushed over. The patriarch of the Wang clan struggled to get up from the ruins. He was covered in blood, his face was pale, and there was a terrifying palm print on his chest. It almost pierced through him. You don't know what's good for you. You want to fight me with your strength? Heaven Slaughtering sneered. Do you believe that I'll annihilate the Wang clan now? Hearing this, the patriarch of the Wang clan trembled and then spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. I'll fight it out with you. A middle-aged warrior couldn't help but rush up quickly. There's really someone who isn't afraid of death. In the sky, a burly man with a long saber stood out and waved his saber. The saber radiance was like a rainbow and instantly cut the middle-aged warrior in half. The corpse fell and blood splattered all over the ground. The horrifying and bloody scene stimulated the people of the Wang clan. No! The people of the Wang clan screamed. Many young disciples cried bitterly, while the middle-aged warriors and elders clenched their fists tightly and stared angrily. They couldn't accept it, they couldn't accept it! At this moment, they were full of regret. If they had strong strength, the other party wouldn't have dared to provoke them. Moreover, as an alchemy family, they had made friends with many forces. But now, no one came to help them, which made them feel cold. Does God want to destroy the Wang clan? The elders shouted to the sky. If there's no other way, we can only agree to join the Blood Yuan gang. Otherwise, I'm afraid our Wang clan will be destroyed. Another elder sighed. No, we can't join the Blood Yuan gang! The patriarch of the Wang clan gasped. The Blood Yuan gang is cruel and greedy. Do you think we'll have a good end if we join them? We'll become their slaves. That's a real life worse than death. Everyone listen, cover the escape of the young disciples and take away the pill patterns. We can't let these things fall into the hands of the Blood Yuan gang. Old thing, since you're courting death, then there's no need for the Wang clan to exist. Heaven Slaughtering Two's face was ferocious. After talking for so long, the other party was still stubborn and wanted to fight to the death. He was disdainful because the other party was not qualified to fight with him. Kill, don't leave a single one alive! Heaven Slaughtering Two waved his hand and immediately, 10 first-level venerables in the sky moved out. Countless members of the Blood Yuan gang rushed over. These people were like fierce beasts and hungry wolves, quickly pouncing on the people of the Wang clan. Cover the young disciples, run! The elders of the Wang clan rushed to the sky. They must break out, run! Puff! Puff! In an instant, countless terrifying attacks fell and the disciples of the Wang clan were killed. Blood and corpses splattered everywhere, and all kinds of screams and cries were heard. This scene had alarmed the entire Lion Moon City, but no one came to help. Many elders roared crazily. At this time, they hoped that a peerless expert would come to the Wang clan and save them. Chapter 733. You dared to resist? This will be your fate. A venerable with a long saber blocked the escape route and looked at Wang Shi and the others with a grim smile. Go quickly. I'll stop him. A middle-aged warrior shouted and rushed out quickly. Humph, you're courting death. He waved his long saber and beheaded the middle-aged warrior. Uncle Wang! Wang Shi's eyes instantly turned red and he let out a shocking roar. I'm going to kill you! Wang Shi's heart was burning with anger. He rushed up quickly. Ha ha, little brat, watch how I kill you! The venerable grinned. No, Sheer, go quickly! The elders of the Wang family shouted. Wang Shi was an outstanding disciple of their family, and the hope of the family's future. However, this hope was about to be killed here. The Wang family was desperate. They were furious, but they did not have the power to change anything. They could only watch the tragedy unfold. However, the next moment, before the long saber fell, a golden arrow pierced through the venerable's head and nailed his body to the ground. A golden arrow fell from the sky like a golden thunder. It instantly pierced through the head of the venerable and nailed him to the ground. This turn of events shocked everyone in the prince's mansion. The two sides who were fighting stopped and retreated. The Wang family was puzzled, while the Blood Yuan gang was gloomy. The ordinary gang members were even more shocked as they looked around cautiously. Who dares to kill the elder of the Blood Yuan gang? Come out! Tu Tian roared. His body trembled with murderous intent and covered 100 miles. Buzz! The void fluctuated and a young figure stepped out. This young man was about 18 or 19 years old. He was dressed in blue and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a god of war. He held a golden bow in his hand that emitted light. Benefactor, it's Benefactor! Wang Shi was excited. When he saw the figure in the sky, he had the urge to cry. Benefactor? The Wang family was shocked. Then, a ray of hope rose in their hearts. Was this young man here to help them? The members of the Blood Yuan gang, on the other hand, were all glaring at Lin Xian with murderous intent. "Kid, who are you?" That's right, the blue-clothed youth in the sky was Lin Xian. After he arrived at the Lion Moon City, he went straight to the Blood Yuan Gang's lair, but he did not find the primeval Chaos Hand Tu Tian. After asking around, he found out that the other party was going to attack the Wang family today. That was why he hurried over. However, he did not expect to meet the young man he had seen in the forest in the Wang family. Seeing that his opponent was in danger, Lin Xian immediately fired an arrow, saving his opponent's life. Looking around, Lin Xian coldly shouted, "Which one of you is the Heaven Slaughtering Hand?" "I am." Tu Tian stood out and shouted sternly, "Brat, what business do you have with me? Take your head!" Lin Xian's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stared at the burly man in front of him. "Ha ha!" Tu Tian threw his head back and laughed, his voice shaking the heavens. The elders and members of the Blood Yuan Gang also sneered in disdain. Although Lin Xian was very strong and killed an elder with one arrow, it was impossible for him to kill their leader. Not to mention a brat, even a second-level venerable would not be able to kill him. Unless it was an even more powerful third-level venerable. However, that kind of expert would not appear in the Lion Moon City. "Want to kill me?" Tu Tian sneered in disdain. "Brat, do you know who you are talking to? Do you believe that I will give the order to chop you into minced meat? Boss, let me kill him. He killed old Dao. I want to kill him to avenge old Dao." A skinny man walked out, holding a blood-red spear in his hand and emitting an astonishing murderous aura. "Well, let him know the consequences of provoking the Blood Yuan Gang," Tu Tian said coldly. "Brat, I want to use your blood as a sacrifice to old Dao." The skinny middle-aged man's body erupted with a powerful spiritual power, and then he swung his spear and stabbed out quickly. Heaven and Earth Spear. The spear flashed and condensed into a quaint cauldron, which pressed down on Lin Xian. The wind whistled and the air cracked. The Heaven and Earth cauldron formed by the spear was like a demonic mountain with a terrifying momentum. In an instant, it fell mercilessly on Lin Xian. "Benefactor, be careful," Wang Shi exclaimed. The Wang family members were also trembling, and they were extremely nervous. The people of the Blood Yuan Gang sneered. In their opinion, Lin Xian would not be able to block the spear. Lin Xian looked at the Heaven and Earth cauldron and snorted. His right hand formed a seal, and the vermilion bird seal was quickly waved out. A vermilion bird, hundreds of feet tall, was born from the fire, and like a divine bird, it flew into the sky. In an instant, the Heaven and Earth cauldron was blasted away. Then, Lin Xian held the golden bow in his hand, and a golden arrow appeared between his fingers. As his palm fell, the golden arrow flew out, carrying countless wind and thunder, like a golden dragon roaring in the void. Puff! The golden arrow instantly pierced the skinny middle-aged man, and then with a bang, it formed a terrifying sea of lightning and wrapped him up. "Sixth brother!" The elders of the Blood Yuan Gang exclaimed and quickly rushed forward. Everyone attacked together, and the terrifying energy split the violent sea of lightning. Then, they saw a charred corpse falling rapidly from the sky. The body was charred black, without a trace of vitality. Everyone was shocked, and their faces were full of horror. To be able to kill two elders with a single arrow, wasn't this strength a little too terrifying? The Wang family members were stunned. They did not expect the young man in the sky to be so powerful that he could kill the powerful enemies in their eyes with just a raise of his hand. "Kid, you killed two of my generals, I will definitely kill you!" Tu Tian was completely angry. The elders behind him were the elite forces of the Blood Yuan Gang, and one less would be a great loss. But now, Lin Xian killed two of his generals with just a raise of his hand. How could he not be angry? With a roar, Tu Tian slapped out his palm, and the terrifying palm's shadow was thousands of meters wide, like a giant hand that covered the sky, clawing at Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his arm and shot out golden arrows to fight against the terrifying palm. At the same time, he quickly retreated and fled into the distance. That palm was too terrifying. Dozens of golden arrows bombarded it, but they did not pierce it. From this point, it could be seen that Tu Tian's strength was definitely far beyond everyone. Want to leave? It's not that simple, Tu Tian shouted angrily. Stay here, and don't let anyone from the Wang family go. I'll go and kill that kid. As soon as his voice fell, his figure had already disappeared. Like a flash of lightning, he quickly chased after Lin Xian. Seeing that Tu Tian was chasing after him, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. His purpose was to lure Tu Tian out of the city and into the 10-direction remnant light formation that was already set up. Both of them were very fast, and it did not take long for them to arrive outside the city. Seeing that Lin Xian was only running and not fighting back, Tu Tian was suspicious. He suddenly stopped and looked around cautiously. The reason why he could live freely was not only because of his powerful and cruel means, but also because of his cautious character, which allowed him to avoid danger this time. So, when he saw Lin Xian's abnormal reaction, his first thought was that there was an ambush. Chapter 734. However, he did not find any powerful aura within a 1,000-mile radius. Could it be an expert? Tu Tian was puzzled, but he quickly denied it. If it was really a super expert, there was no need for an ambush. He could just enter the city and kill him. He did not care about other people's ambushes. Kid, no matter what tricks you play, you can't escape death today! Tu Tian shouted angrily and chased after him again. This time, he was even faster. It seemed like he wanted to get rid of Lin Xian as soon as possible. However, Lin Xian had an earth-turn movement technique, and his speed was extremely fast among the supremacies. Therefore, Tu Tian could not catch up and could only follow behind him. This kid actually has such a movement technique. Looks like I can't kill him later. I'll torture him for his movement technique first. Tu Tian's eyes were filled with greed. In the next moment, he was surprised because Lin Xian had stopped in front of him. Kid, what tricks are you trying to play now? Tu Tian's mind was filled with Lin Xian's movement technique, so he did not care at all. Moreover, he had checked these places in advance, and there were no traces of any experts. This is the tomb that I chose for you. What do you think? Lin Xian said with a smile. What, a tomb? Tu Tian laughed hysterically. Kid, I don't know where you get your confidence from, but I'll let you know the cruel truth soon enough. Kill! He shouted angrily, and his body turned into an afterimage. He instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian and waved his palms. Terrifying palm shadows merged into one. The palm energy was extremely terrifying. Even a second-level supremacy would find it difficult to withstand it. Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt. He instantly felt the terrifying aura, and the aura in his body surged. How terrifying! He's definitely a powerful existence among second-level supremacies. Lin Xian executed the illusory demonic steps to the extreme and dodged quickly. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to the Crimson Dragon, asking him to activate the formation. In the next moment, the surrounding scene changed. Countless golden sword auras appeared and swept across the land, emitting a terrifying murderous aura. Tu Tian frowned. Those golden sword auras made him feel a sense of danger. Formation! He sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect Lin Xian to know about array formations. We have to end this quickly. Tu Tian was not willing to take the risk. Furthermore, this array formation was indeed terrifying. Therefore, he immediately unleashed his full strength. There was a pair of purple-gold gloves on his palms. Light flowed around them and they emitted a terrifying aura. A top-grade spirit-ranked artifact. With this artifact, Tu Tian's palm wind and fist aura became even more ferocious, causing the void to explode. However, the Crimson Dragon's 10-direction remnant light sword was also unusual. The golden sword chi was extremely sharp and could cut through mountains. Moreover, Lin Xian also quickly used the great dragon sword soul. His whole body was like a divine sword that had been unsheathed. He was extremely powerful. A great battle was about to break out. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions, shattering all the surrounding mountains. Puff! Lin Xian held the blood-red slaughter sword and slashed out, creating a blood-red river that stretched for 1,000 meters. As it descended, a terrifying gash appeared in the ground. A 10-meter-wide gash appeared, and one could not see the end of it. Tu Tian quickly dodged and then struck out with his palm. Terrifying energy condensed into a 100-meter-tall palm shadow that covered the sky. Everywhere it passed, everything was flattened. Die, kid! Tu Tian was furious. He had lost face for not being able to deal with a kid after such a long time. He was like a ferocious beast, crashing through the void. Blood-slaughtering demonic palm! The purple-colored palm blasted out. Divine light bloomed, and purple gas spread out for 3,000 miles as if it came from the demonic realm. Sword of Solitude! Lin Xian held the Sword of Nirvana and used the Sword of Autumn from the Four Seasons sword technique. The pitch-black sword chi was extremely oppressive. It carried an indescribable sense of oppression as if it could take away all life. The two collided and were in a stalemate. At this moment, the 10-direction remnant light formation erupted. Countless golden sword chi surged out. The terrifying energy was extremely powerful and quickly slashed towards Tu Tian. Humph! Tu Tian snorted and quickly retreated. He only had one top-grade spirit-ranked artifact on him, and that was the gloves on his hands. Therefore, his attack was much stronger than martial artists of the same level, but he did not have much of an advantage in defense. Facing the terrifying golden sword chi, he could only retreat. You can't defend? Seeing Tu Tian retreat, Lin Xian seemed to have realized something as a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he used the Red Lotus armor. A set of bright red armor covered his entire body, making him look like a god of war. He let out a long roar and rushed forward with the demonic sword in hand. Get lost! Seeing Lin Xian coming, Tu Tian was furious. In such a critical moment, he would not let the enemy get close to him. The void trembled as the spiritual energy around him condensed into a blood-red river that surrounded him. At the same time, he condensed a spiritual energy armor that covered his entire body. However, this was not a problem for Lin Xian. His great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique. At this moment, it was fully activated by Lin Xian, and it was extremely violent. The sword chi was resplendent and turned into the shape of a dragon. It was vivid and majestic. The dragon claw grabbed and immediately tore the blood-red river apart. Then, Lin Xian appeared in front of Tu Tian in a flash. The demonic sword stabbed out and attacked quickly. That terrifying power made Tu Tian's face turn ugly. You're courting death! After all, he was a second-level honorable and was powerful. Moreover, he had a spiritual supreme-grade artifact, so his attack was powerful. The palm strike landed on Lin Xian's chest, causing cracks to appear on his red lotus armor. Lin Xian was hit hard. His body trembled as if it was about to split open. He almost fainted. However, his long sword also slashed at Tu Tian's body. In an instant, the armor was torn apart, and a terrifying sword mark was left on Tu Tian's body. Moreover, under the control of the Crimson Dragon, the 10 remnant light sword also erupted with powerful power. In the sky, countless golden sword chi surged and merged into a huge golden sword that quickly slashed down. Boom! Tu Tian was hit and flew out. Winter Sword, God-slaying sword! Lin Xian gritted his teeth and attacked again. A dragon-shaped long sword appeared in front of him. It was the materialization of the great dragon sword soul. With a flash of sword light, the entire space was sliced into 2 halves, creating a dislocation. Tu Tian's body stiffened, and an incredulous expression appeared on his face. How can you? He uttered a few words with difficulty. Then, a bloody mark appeared in between his eyebrows and his body collapsed. The powerful Mixuan Han Tu Tian was killed in a single strike. Until his death, he could not believe that a brat could kill him. Moreover, he still had a lot of trump cards, but they were all useless at this moment. Lin Xian used the art of longevity to heal his injuries. Then, he stepped forward and cut off Tu Tian's head with his sword. This battle seemed to be short, but it was extremely thrilling. If he was not careful, he would have lost his life. Fortunately, he had the help of the 10 remnant light sword. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill Tu Tian in such a short time. Then, he looked at the headless corpse. Chapter 735. Although Tu Tian was dead, he still had a lot of good stuff on him. For example, the storage ring, especially the pair of gloves, which were top-grade spiritual artifacts. It was this artifact that allowed Tu Tian to be so powerful and arrogant. After keeping the storage ring and the top-grade spiritual artifacts, Lin Xian left with Tu Tian's body. Lion Moon City, Wang family. At this time, the Wang family was in a chaotic battle. All kinds of lights shot into the sky, blood splattered, angry shouts, and screams were all over the place. Although Tu Tian was not here, the Blood Yuan gang was still very fierce because they had the confidence. The Wang family fought desperately. They had a glimmer of hope in their hearts because Tu Tian was lured away. Tu Tian is not here, they have a chance to fight. Attack with full force, we must rush out before Tu Tian returns. The Wang family head shouted. Hee, you have no chance! The elders of the Blood Yuan gang sneered, and at the same time, they did not forget to attack. Suddenly, a few more Wang family disciples fell to the ground. Go, go! The Wang family elders' eyes were red. Ha ha, kill, leave no one alive! The Blood Yuan gang sneered. However, at this time, a black shadow suddenly fell from the sky, like a small mountain, and cracked the ground. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and the whole ground trembled slightly. Everyone was stunned again and stopped attacking. This is... Many people looked at the deep pit on the ground, and were shocked speechless. Tu Tian! Everyone in the Wang family trembled. They were too shocked that someone could kill Tu Tian, and in such a short time. This was simply impossible. But now, it appeared in front of them. Gang leader! How is this possible? The Blood Yuan gang members screamed in horror. Although the corpse on the ground did not have a head, the figure and clothes were exactly the same as their gang leader. They had followed their gang leader for so many years, and even if he turned into ashes, they would still recognize him. However, they could not accept this, especially the elders of the Blood Yuan gang, who were shocked. They knew Tu Tian's strength. Even if a martial artist of the same level came, they could not take him down. It could be said that in the entire Lion Moon City, Tu Tian was invincible. Yet now, he was actually killed by someone. Furthermore, his head had been cut off. This was too shocking. The ordinary disciples of the Blood Yuan gang were trembling in fear. Many of them were paralyzed on the ground like wooden chickens. No, it's not the leader! An elder of the Blood Yuan gang raised his head and shouted angrily. Who is it? Come out! Trying to deceive us with a corpse? It's useless! That's right. Our gang leader's battle prowess is unparalleled. How could he have died? This must be fake! Several elders shouted angrily. They couldn't admit it, otherwise, the entire Blood Yuan gang would be defeated. Fake? Don't deceive yourself. Lin Xian's figure appeared. You still don't know if it's Tu Tian's corpse? If you don't believe me, take a look at this. He flipped his palm, and a bloody head appeared, floating in the void. That was Tu Tian's head. His eyes were wide open, filled with terror and disbelief. Gang leader! Countless members of the Blood Yuan gang saw this scene and suddenly screamed. Those elders also trembled, and fear appeared in their eyes. They knew that the gang leader was really dead, and there was no way to hide this news. But who killed the gang leader? Could it be this kid in front of them? Everyone couldn't believe it. Don't be impulsive. There may be experts secretly following him. It seems that this operation to kill the Wang family is impossible. Let's retreat. Several elders discussed. Kid, how dare you kill our gang leader? The Blood Yuan gang will not let you go. Just you wait. Sooner or later you'll die. Threatening me? Lin Xian snorted. Then, he clenched his fist, and the spiritual energy in the sky gathered, condensing into a 100-meter-long light sword. The light sword slashed down, and it was extremely sharp. Suddenly, the two elders who threatened him were cut into blood mist. What? Everyone was stunned. This was too powerful. He could kill a venerable with just a raise of his hand. Who is he? He's so powerful! Everyone in the Wang family was excited. The members of the Blood Yuan gang were terrified as if they were facing a great enemy. Many ordinary disciples sat on the ground paralyzed. The remaining elders were even more horrified and did not dare to move. The two people who died just now were on the same level as them, but they were killed with just one slash. That scene was too horrible. They would never forget it. Could it be that this young man really killed the gang leader? When they thought of this situation, they suddenly felt their scalp tingle and did not want to stay any longer. This is a misunderstanding. Let's go! Several elders waved their hands and took the lead to leave. The ordinary members also quickly left like stray dogs. We won, we survived. We were not killed! The surviving members of the Wang family couldn't believe it. The situation that they were going to die was easily solved by a young man. This made them feel like they were dreaming. Great, we can finally live! Everyone was very excited. Benefactor! Wang Shi looked at the sky and cried excitedly. This cry woke everyone in the Wang family. The next moment, everyone looked at the sky. Because the young man in the sky was their savior. Lin Xian nodded slightly and floated down. Thank you for saving the Wang family. The Wang family will never forget your kindness. The Wang family leader was grateful. Then, everyone in the Wang family said in unison, Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives. They were indeed grateful because they had originally been sentenced to death, and would have died without a doubt. However, at this moment, they had survived. All of this was because of Lin Xian. Lin Xian rubbed Wang Shi's head and said to everyone, The dead can't come back to life. My condolences. How should I address you, benefactor? Which sect are you from? In the future, the Wang family can repay your kindness. An elder of the Wang family asked. This is Lin Xian, brother Lin. He's from Senma College. Wang Shi explained. There's no need to repay my kindness. But you guys should be careful in the future. Then, Lin Xian turned around and was about to leave. Benefactor Lin. The Wang family leader suddenly shouted. Hearing that, Lin Xian stopped and turned around. Is there anything else? The Wang family leader looked like he was struggling to make a decision. Then, he sighed and a look of determination appeared in his eyes. The Wang family is willing to pledge allegiance to Benefactor Lin. Please protect our Wang family. Everyone in the Wang family was stunned. Then, one by one, they came to their senses and looked at Lin Xian with hope. Please accept, Benefactor Lin. Everyone said in unison. Although Lin Xian had helped them solve the family crisis, it didn't mean that the Blood Yuan gang wouldn't come back in the future. By then, without Lin Xian's help, they wouldn't be able to escape the fate of death. Moreover, the incident this time made their hearts turn cold. Those forces that they were on good terms with didn't help at the critical moment. So, it was better to find a strong backer to save their lives. Lin Xian was from Senma College. His strength, identity, and background were very strong. Moreover, he had saved Wang Shi without knowing him. This showed that he was kind and not evil. Joining this kind of person, the Wang family should be able to develop well. Chapter 736. Are you really willing to join me? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Yes. The Wang family had said respectfully. Our Wang family is an alchemy family. I think we should be able to help you. Alchemy? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He was building a force and would recruit more and more members. Alchemy was an essential cultivation resource. Although he was also an alchemist, it was impossible for him to refine so many alchemy pills by himself. Moreover, he did not have that kind of free time. Now that there was an alchemy family submitting to him, it could not be better. Since you are willing to join, I have no reason to refuse, Lin Xian said. But there is one thing that I want to make clear in advance. Once you join me, you cannot betray me. This is my bottom line. If you dare to betray me after joining, I guarantee that you will end up worse than the Blood Yuan gang. After saying that, Lin Xian's body soared with a fierce aura, like a peerless killing sword, hanging above everyone's head. The patriarch of the Wang clan and the elders shuddered as their eyes were filled with astonishment. Too strong, so strong that they could not resist. At the same time, they were overjoyed. With such an expert protecting them, their Wang family would definitely be safe in the future. Now I will give you one last choice. Are you willing to join? Don't worry, benefactor. Our Wang family is not ungrateful. Since we are willing to join, we will never betray you. Good. Lin Xian nodded. From today onwards, your Lion Moon City's Wang family belongs to the Dragon Sword Pavilion. In the future, your safety will be protected by the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Dragon Sword Pavilion. Everyone in the Wang family murmured. Thank you, Pavilion Master, the Wang family head said respectfully. The others also respectfully congratulated him. All right. Lin Xian waved his hand and then released the Crimson Dragon, asking it to set up a defensive array in the Wang family. He then went to Sky Pool City to pick up Yufei. Originally, he wanted to let Yufei develop in Sky Pool City. But now, he had a better choice. It was better to develop in Lion Moon City. The next day, Lin Xian brought Yufei back. Boss, is this the clan you've just subdued? Yufei looked down at the Wang clan's residence with a face full of surprise. And you will stay here in the future and develop together with the Wang family. Soon, Lin Xian brought Yufei to see the Wang family patriarch and several elders. Lin Xian left behind a few pill recipes for the Wang family to refine. The Wang family head and several elders were shocked when they saw this. Most of the pills recorded in this pill formula were related to cultivation, and their effects were extremely shocking. Compared to the pill formulas in their hands, who knew how many times better? The few of them looked at each other in shock. It seemed that they had underestimated Lin Xian. Not only was he powerful, but he was also able to casually take out such an exquisite pill formula. He was definitely not an ordinary person. It seemed like their Wang family had made the right bet this time. 800 bottles of each of the pills on this list. I will send someone to pick them up in half a month. As for the other pills, you can give them to the family disciples or sell them, Lin Xian said. Hearing this, the Wang family head and several elders were excited. With such pills in hand, their Wang family's strength would definitely rise by a level. Pavilion Master, don't worry. I promise to complete the mission, the Wang family head said. And that's all for now. The Dragon Sword Pavilion is also in the early stages of development. When it matures in the future, I will send people to assist you. I will strive to make you the #1 family in Lion Moon City as soon as possible. #1 family! The Wang family head and the others breathed heavily. They did not even dare to think about this before. After all, although their Wang family was also a large family, they were not even in the top 3. But now, Lin Xian had actually promised them to become the #1 family. How could they not be excited? They did not doubt it at all. After all, Lin Xian had given them too much shock. Also, make good arrangements for Yufei that I brought. Pavilion Master, don't worry. We understand. Following that, after making some arrangements, Lin Xian left with the Crimson Dragon. After flying all the way, Lin Xian finally returned to Senmu College. After killing Tu Tian, he would be able to obtain 27,000 spiritual value points and exchange them for the small spirit pill. At that time, he would be able to break through to the half-step venerable realm. Thinking of this, Lin Xian quickened his pace. What? You've completed it! In the mission hall, a cry of surprise sounded, immediately attracting the attention of the surrounding people. Tu Tian's head, it's really Tu Tian. You've completed a 3-star mission! The deacon in charge of the mission was shocked. He did not expect that the youth in front of him would be able to complete such an impossible mission. One had to know that many outstanding disciples had accepted this mission, but none of them had returned. Previously, he had reminded Lin Xian, but the other party insisted on accepting it, so he did not care. However, he did not expect that the other party would really complete it. A 3-star mission! When the surrounding students heard this, their faces were filled with shock. A 3-star mission was extremely difficult. Normally, only those at the second level or above would dare to accept it. However, a new student actually dared to accept such a mission and even succeeded. Under the stunned, shocked, and envious gazes of the group, Lin Xian obtained 27,000 spiritual value points. Following that, he left the mission hall. Next, he would go to the True Spirit Hall. Only there could he exchange for the small spirit pill. Lin Xian had been to the True Spirit Hall once, so he was familiar with the place. However, on the way, he happened to meet Murong Qingqing. You're back? Murong Qingqing was surprised. How was the mission? I've completed it, and I've gained a lot, Lin Xian said with a smile. This decapitation operation was indeed not bad. Not only did he obtain spiritual value points, he had also unexpectedly obtained a pair of top-grade spirit rank gloves. Most importantly, he had subdued an alchemy family. It could be said that Lin Xian was very satisfied. From the looks of it, you must have obtained something good. Murong Qingqing's beautiful eyes turned. You're really surprising. You can complete a 3-star mission so easily. It's just luck. Lin Xian scratched his head. Are we going to the True Spirit Hall? Let's go together. The two of them walked side by side towards the True Spirit Hall. Although he had said it once, Lin Xian still felt shocked when he saw the True Spirit Hall again. It was magnificent and incomparably mysterious. It was as if an immortal palace had descended into the mortal world. This was a huge hall that was a few hundred feet tall. It was like a giant mountain that people could only look up at. At the entrance of the hall, countless students were entering and exiting. It was extremely busy. Let's go! Lin Xian was excited as he took the lead. Murong Qingqing quickly followed. The two of them quickly walked towards the True Spirit Hall. There were many disciples coming and going from the True Spirit Hall every day. Under normal circumstances, no one would pay attention to anything else. However, it was different this time. The nearby students and disciples all stopped and looked in the same direction. There were two figures there. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. Of course, these gazes were all looking at Murong Qingqing. There was nothing they could do. Murong Qingqing was too beautiful. She was like a peerless fairy, ethereal and elegant. Everyone's gaze was unconsciously attracted by the wine cup. What a peerless beauty! However, this face is very unfamiliar. Could it be that she's a new student? Chapter 737. Murong Qingqing's appearance had caused quite a stir. A lot of people's eyes flashed as they were shocked. There's another person next to her? His cultivation is very weak. He hasn't reached the honorable realm yet. How can such a person be worthy of standing next to the fairy? On the spot, a few arrogant fellows sneered and quickly walked over. Beautiful lady, are you a new student? Do you want me to show you around? No need. Murong Qingqing refused. Wu Ming's face stiffened when he was rejected by the beauty. This result made him feel embarrassed. At this moment, Lin Xian, who was next to him, chuckled softly. This sound ignited a fuse, causing everyone around to laugh. Damn it, kid, what are you laughing at? Wu Ming was furious when he saw that a new student who had not even reached the honorable realm dared to laugh at him. I'm laughing at you. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Hearing this, the surrounding students laughed even more cheerfully. Murong Qingqing also chuckled, then rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Wu Ming was stunned for a moment, then he understood. He said that the other party was laughing at him, which meant that he was a fart. When he understood this, Wu Ming's face turned as black as charcoal. Kid, you're courting death! Wu Ming shouted angrily. He stared at Lin Xian with a murderous look in his eyes. This damned brat made him lose face in front of his goddess. Let's go! Lin Xian shook his head and ignored this idiot. Instead, he pulled Murong Qingqing and walked toward the True Spirit Hall. You want to leave? Stay here! Wu Ming sneered. His 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed at Lin Xian. A sharp claw that was 10 feet long appeared in the void. It was like the claw of a ferocious beast, and was covered in scales. As soon as the claw appeared, it tore the void apart, and quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Get lost! Lin Xian's face darkened. He pointed his finger at the claw in the void like a sword. Crack! Poof! The terrifying beast's claw shattered, and Wu Ming let out a blood-curdling scream. He clutched his hand and retreated, his face filled with shock. As for Lin Xian, he left without looking back. Everyone was stunned because they saw blood dripping from Wu Ming's palm, forming a line of blood. Damned brat, just you wait! Wu Ming took a deep look at Lin Xian, memorizing his appearance, and then left angrily. Lin Xian did not care about injuring Wu Ming with a single finger. He and Murong Qingqing quickly arrived at the True Spirit Palace. Let go! Murong Qingqing blushed and pouted. Ah? Lin Xian was stunned for a moment before realizing that he was still holding her hand. It's a special situation. Those flies are too annoying. I'm doing this for your own good. Then, he reluctantly let go of Murong Qingqing's soft hand. Murong Qingqing was a proud daughter of heaven, and her appearance and figure were unparalleled. Lin Xian was a normal man, and it was impossible for him not to be moved. However, he was well aware of the difference in status between them, so there were some things that he did not think about. Humph! Murong Qingqing snorted, but the strange feeling from before still made her blush. In all her life, other than her father, no one of the opposite sex had ever dared to hold her hand. Damn it, what am I thinking? Murong Qingqing shook her head. I just want to win this guy over. That must be it. Her eyes flickered, and she did not dare to look at Lin Xian. Instead, she quickly looked around. What's that? Murong Qingqing exclaimed. She saw a special crystal space above the True Spirit Palace, and there was a fist-sized drop of scarlet blood that was constantly surging. If one were to sense it carefully, they would be able to feel a soul-shaking pressure coming from the blood. That's dragon blood! Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He had the great dragon sword spirit, so he could naturally feel the dragon's might contained within the blood. The crimson dragon in the demonic beast pouch was so excited that it almost flew out. Fortunately, Lin Xian caught it and quickly transmitted his voice. Rizalom, are you courting death? There are countless experts here, and there might even be kings. If you jump out now, aren't you afraid of being caught and drained of your blood? Don't worry, since I've seen dragon blood, I'll get it for you sooner or later. Lin Xian comforted. Hearing this, the crimson dragon stopped moving. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief, and then walked towards the mysterious jade platform. There, an old man was squinting his eyes, enjoying the beautiful afternoon. Elder, I want to exchange for a small spirit pill, Lin Xian said softly. Hearing this, the elder impatiently snorted. With a wave of his sleeve, a green jade box flew out. At the same time, 20,000 spiritual value points were deducted from Lin Xian's spirit tablet. Obviously, the elder was a little impatient with Lin Xian, who had disturbed his afternoon rest. But in the next moment, he seemed to have sensed something and suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body stiffened. That blazing gaze almost made his blood boil. He held his breath, and at the same time, the crimson dragon in the demonic beast pouch cast a concealing array, completely isolating its aura. Was it my imagination? Did I feel a trace of dragon's might just now? The elder shook his head and retracted his gaze. Elder, I also want to exchange for something, Murong Qingqing said. Hearing this, the elder opened his eyes again, but when he saw Murong Qingqing, he immediately grinned. So it's the little girl from the Murong family. What do you want to exchange for? Seeing Nat smile, Lin Xian muttered in his heart. So the old gang's trash isn't anything good after all. Exchange for the heavenly cloud Ganoderma. Soon, Murong Qingqing obtained a palm-sized pure white Ganoderma. At the same time, 30,000 spiritual value points were deducted from her. When Lin Xian saw the heavenly cloud Ganoderma, he also took a deep breath. As expected of Senmu College, 1,000-year-old spirit herbs could be seen everywhere. What do you want the heavenly cloud Ganoderma for? Lin Xian said. I can refine it myself. Murong Qingqing said. You know how to refine pills? No, don't you know how to refine pills? Why wouldn't I use such a good free labor? Murong Qingqing covered her mouth and laughed. Lin Xian. All right, you two little dolls, stop flirting here. This old man still needs to sleep. The elder sighed. Hearing this, Murong Qingqing's beautiful face turned red. Lin Xian wanted to say something and touched his storage ring. Suddenly, he thought of something and put his hand down. Sorry to disturb the elder's cultivation. This junior will take his leave. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing turned around and left. What did you want to say just now? Murong Qingqing asked. Nothing. What kind of pill do you want to refine? Lin Xian shook his head and asked. 3 days origin pill. It's a pill that can raise the cultivation of the venerable realm. Murong Qingqing said. I haven't gathered all the ingredients yet. After I gather them, you have to help me refine the pill. All right. Lin Xian agreed. The two of them chatted as they walked. Soon, they returned to the courtyard. This is a pair of boxing gloves that I got outside. Didn't you choose the Luoying sword palm last time? I think you should be able to use it. Lin Xian took out a pair of boxing gloves that were glowing with purple light and stuffed it into Murong Qingqing's hands. Then, he ran into the courtyard as if he was running away. Chapter 738. A top-grade spirit-grade artifact. Murong Qingqing looked at the purple gold fist glove in her hand and was slightly surprised. Then, she snorted. Isn't it just giving a glove? Is there a need to be so shy? Although she snorted, there was an unconcealable smile in her eyes. Hugging the purple gold fist glove in her arms, Murong Qingqing happily walked into the courtyard. Lin Xian returned to the courtyard and casually set up a defensive formation. Then, he took out the jade pill box. With a flick of his finger, he opened the pill box. Then, a ball of fragrance rose, forming a pill fragrance that could be seen with the naked eye. Inhale. Lin Xian took a deep breath and inhaled the pill fragrance into his body. He immediately let out a low cry of comfort. That feeling was too good, as if all the fatigue in his body was gone. As expected of a pill worth 20,000 spiritual value points, the effect was extraordinary. Lin Xian praised. According to his estimate, this little spirit pill was at least a 5th-grade pill, and it was a top-grade pill among the 5th-grade pills. Lin Xian did not consume it immediately. Instead, he adjusted his state to its peak. Then, he consumed the little spirit pill. Immediately, a huge wave of spirit energy spread out, as if an endless tide of souls was attacking his body. Longevity Art. Lin Xian channeled all his strength to break through to the half-step venerable realm. 2 hours later, there was a sudden change above Lin Xian's courtyard. Wind and clouds surged. Countless spirit energy gathered there, forming a huge vortex of spirit energy that spun rapidly. The nearby students all saw this scene, and many of them raised their heads to look. When Wang Li, the 3 Hao brothers, and the others saw this, they quickly ran towards Lin Xian's courtyard. Did he break through? In the courtyard not far away, Xiao Li looked at the sky, his eyes flickering. I wonder what strength that guy will reach after breaking through. 2nd level Venerable Realm? Xiao Li whispered. He had fought with Lin Xian before and had witnessed Lin Xian's strange and powerful strength. Back when he was still in the Limit Realm, his strength was already comparable to a 2nd level Venerable. Now that he had broken through to the half-step Venerable Realm, he was probably even stronger. This guy, I really want to fight with him. Xiao Li's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. On the other side, Xin Yaotian looked at the sky with a gloomy expression. Humph, I'll let you be smug for a while longer. Once I achieve the second layer Martial Highness realm, it will be your death date. Lin Xian's breakthrough attracted the attention of many people, but the process was very short. Soon, the vortex in the sky disappeared. Then, a powerful surge of energy gushed out from the courtyard and swept out in all directions. Whoosh! A figure appeared in the sky. It was Lin Xian. Boss! Wang Li, the three Hao brothers, and the others shouted excitedly. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Just as he was about to go down, a shocking saber light slashed down, covering half the sky. It was incomparably terrifying. In the next moment, everyone below trembled, feeling as if their bodies were being split apart. Lin Xian's eyes focused. He let out a long roar and also slashed out a large sword light. The saber and sword collided, causing cracks to appear in the void. The terrifying sound of metal shook the surroundings, causing countless people to turn pale. How terrifying! Everyone's hearts trembled as they kept retreating. Wang Li and the other members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were also shocked. Who exactly was this person who could contend with their boss? Murong Qingqing's white robe fluttered in the wind as she looked up with a smile on her face. Ha, Shaoli, it seems that your strength has improved. Lin Xian's laughter rang out. I still have something to do today. I'll definitely fight with you another day. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and sent a violent energy storm into the sky. Anytime. Shaoli replied. Lin Xian landed in the courtyard and said to Wang Li and the others, Come in. Then, Wang Li and the other 11 people entered the courtyard. How are the spiritual herbs I asked you to collect? Lin Xian asked. They're all collected. Wang Li and the others said excitedly. This was related to their pills, so everyone was very enthusiastic. Take them all out. Lin Xian smiled. I'll refine some pills for you and then return to the Blazing Mountain. In 10 days, if I don't return, Wang Li, send 2 people to Lion Moon City's Wang family to get the pills. Say my name, and they'll tell you what to do. Alright, you can all go back. Come back in 3 days. Yes, boss. Wang Li and the others left. Lin Xian put away the spiritual herbs on the ground and began to refine pills. Lin Xian's pill refining skills had not fallen behind. Moreover, as his soul power continued to strengthen, he could now easily refine 5th-grade pills. If he could enter the honorable realm, he would be able to refine 6th-grade pills. In 3 days, Lin Xian refined 3 types of pills, all of which were used to improve cultivation. After handing these pills to Wang Li and the others, Lin Xian said, Take these pills first and work hard to improve your cultivation. During this period of time, I won't be around, so listen to Wang Li. Wang Li, I'll leave these people to you. You must ensure their safety and don't cause trouble. If there's anything, wait for me to come back. Yes, Brother Xian, don't worry. Wang Li was convinced. After Lin Xian gave these instructions, he immediately left. Not long after Lin Xian left, Murong Qingqing also left. It seemed that he had accepted some mission. Half a day after they left, a figure quickly arrived at the new student area. It was a young man wearing a navy blue robe. His long blue hair fluttered in the wind, and his aura was terrifying like a flood or a beast. Who is Lin Xian? Get out here! The terrifying voice was like thunder, shaking the surroundings. In the next moment, countless new students raised their heads and looked up in horror. Wang Li and the others also came out of seclusion and raised their heads with gloomy expressions. In the sky, the young man stood on a black cloud and looked around coldly like a demon king. Humph, weren't you very arrogant at the Spirit Tower? You actually dared to beat up the greedy wolf's people. Now you're scared? Why don't you dare to come out? Hearing this, the people below understood that the greedy wolf's people had come looking for them. However, Lin Xian went out in the morning and wasn't here. Many people saw Lin Xian turn into a sword light and disappear into the sky early in the morning. Don't insult Brother Xian! The 3 Hao brothers and the others were jealous and rushed forward. Stop, don't be rash. Wang Li also rushed out and stopped those people. Then, he said in a deep voice, Brother Xian went out and isn't here. If you have anything to say, say it later. Although the other party's words made them angry, Lin Xian told them before he left that they must be careful and safety first. Moreover, the other party was a senior and a member of the Greedy Wolf. He must be very powerful. If they attacked now, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. For safety reasons, Wang Li stopped everyone. He left? Humph, I think he ran away. The man in the green robe sneered. I thought there was a genius among the new students. I didn't expect him to be a coward. Kid, as a new student, you must have the awareness of a new student. In this academy, you are the lowest existence. You have no right to be arrogant. Hearing this, the faces of the new students below turned ugly. The man in the green robe was no longer talking about Lin Xian. F***ck your ancestors. How dare you scold Brother Xian? I'll fight you! Hao De shouted angrily. Chapter 739. F***ck your ancestors. How dare you scold Brother Xian? I'll kill you! Hao De shouted angrily. He pulled out the long saber on his back and slashed down. Buzz! The dazzling saber light was like a silver river, rolling toward the man in green. Humph, you overestimate yourself! The man in green sneered and punched out. This punch was not infused with spiritual energy, but purely the strength of his physical body. It was like a raging dragon that roared out. In the next moment, the dazzling saber light shattered into countless pieces. However, the fist did not stop. It was still rapidly heading toward Hao De. Oh no, retreat! Wang Li shouted. The fact that the other party could shatter Hao Da's attack with one punch meant that their strength was not on the same level. If they continued to fight like this, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. He quickly rose into the air, then waved his hand and threw out a small yellow shield. The small yellow shield was only the size of a palm at first, but it quickly grew in size as it flew. In the end, it was like a house, blocking in front of Hao De. It was a mid-grade spiritual artifact, the Earth Armor Shield. Boom! The terrifying fist landed on the ancient yellow shield with a roar. It was like a mountain was ruthlessly smashing down. The terrifying force caused the entire void to boil. Although the Earth Armor Shield was not broken, it flew backward and hit Hao De, causing him to retreat. Pfft! Hao De was hit. His arms were numb, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, he had a mid-grade spiritual artifact. Otherwise, this punch would have seriously injured him. Humph, although you're a senior, don't you think it's too much to bully the freshmen in public? Wang Li supported Hao De and put away the Earth Armor Shield as he said coldly. The others also ran over and gathered together, staring at the sky. What, you don't agree? The man in green sneered. Freshmen should act like freshmen. As a senior, I naturally have the obligation to educate you. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson. With that, he punched again. The terrifying fist was like a demonic mountain, quickly falling down. This punch enveloped Wang Li and the others. It was extremely arrogant. Humph! You've gone too far. Wang Li and the others' faces became very ugly. Even though they were new students, they were still geniuses. Their hearts were filled with pride. Now that the green-robed man was being so overbearing, they couldn't bear it any longer. Go! Kill him! Hao De roared, and Hao Er and Hao San immediately responded. The three brothers attacked together, unleashing terrifying attacks that blasted upwards. Boom! An earth-shattering sound came out, and the rolling spiritual energy was like a wave that slapped in all directions. The three Hao brothers were in a sorry state. They kept retreating, causing the ground to crack. In the sky, the two attacks disappeared and turned into howling gales. To be able to block my punch, you have some ability. The green-robed man sneered. However, I only used 30% of my strength in that punch. Next, I will use 50% of my strength. Let's see how you can block it. What? 30% of his strength. Below them, the new students were shocked. 30% of his strength was enough to make the three Hao brothers retreat. After all, they were first-rank venerables. He was actually no match for the green-robed man's fist. It would appear that the cyan-gowned man's strength had most definitely reached the second heavenly layer of exalted realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so powerful. Is 30% of your strength that awesome? A few people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion shouted. If you have the ability, go fight for the mysterious sovereign leaderboard. What kind of ability is bullying the new students here? That's right. Brother Xian isn't here. Otherwise, I'll kill you with one strike. You only came when Brother Xian wasn't here. Why didn't you come a few days ago? You probably didn't dare. The few of them were extremely angry and mocked. They couldn't beat him, so how could they not beat him? I'm afraid of him? The green-robed man laughed. I think water has entered your brains. You actually believe that Lin Xian so much. Let me tell you, I'm a second-rank venerable. That Lin Xian of yours, I can kill him with one finger. He ran fast this time, but you won't be so lucky. The green-robed man emitted a terrifying aura. You dare to offend the greedy wolf gang. Do you think I'll let you off? What's there to be arrogant about? Isn't it just a few more years of cultivation? Hao sneered. If I were your age, I could kill you with one slap. Although we are new students, the Dragon Sword Pavilion is not to be bullied by anyone, Wang Li said in a deep voice. If you want to fight, we'll accompany you. All members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion, prepare to attack. With that order, the 11 of them roared angrily. All of them exploded with a powerful aura. The spiritual energy on their bodies was like divine flames as they danced. Everyone attacked together. The momentum was extremely terrifying. In the sky, the green-robed man frowned. Although he was a second-rank venerable, the other party could not be underestimated. Moreover, the 11 of them joined forces. Among them, 5 were first-rank venerables and 6 were half-step venerables. When these warriors gathered together, they were definitely a powerful force. Even he might not be able to completely take them on. It's not that easy to go all out. I'll let you live in fear for the next few days. The green-robed man sneered, then turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Looking at the green-robed man who left, Wang Li and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They were extremely nervous just now. After all, the other party was a second-rank venerable. Moreover, he was a member of the greedy wolf gang. If they really fought, they had no chance of winning. Fortunately, the other party was not confident. Otherwise, he would not have left. Before Brother Xian returns, let's not split up, Wang Li said. Otherwise, we'll be defeated one by one. Humph, what greedy wolf? When Brother Xian returns, they'll be nothing. The few of them cursed, and then entered the courtyard. Lin Xian naturally did not know about the provocation of the greedy wolf gang. He had already arrived near the blazing mountain. A fiery red mountain stood in the distance, exuding a monstrous heat that warped the space around it. Scarlet lava flowed like the blood of a demon god. It was incomparably terrifying. Lin Xian looked at the legendary blazing mountain and exclaimed. Judging from the energy fluctuations, this place was extremely dangerous. Even if a venerable was here, it would not be enough. However, this was really a good place to cultivate. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Then, his body swayed and he flew towards the blazing mountain. The closer he got to the blazing mountain, the hotter the air became. Following that, there was a dense and majestic spiritual energy. There should be a fire attribute spiritual vein below. The crimson dragon also flew out and looked down. I didn't expect there to be such a place. I can use this opportunity to break through. It let out a howl of excitement. Then let's go! Lin Xian shouted in a low voice. Then, he increased his speed. A man and a dragon quickly rushed towards the blazing mountain. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Lin Xian landed on the blazing mountain, The heat that filled the sky pounced on him like a ferocious beast. At the same time, the crimson stone under his feet was boiling hot as if it could melt everything. Lin Xian circulated his spiritual energy, and formed a sharp halo that enveloped his entire body. The light shield formed by spiritual energy made contact with the ground, making a sizzling sound. "What terrifying heat!" Lin Xian exclaimed. It could actually melt his spiritual energy. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.